All right. We're live. It is 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time on Wednesday, January 17th, 2024. And it is nice and snowy here in Sweden. But the good news is I was out for a beautiful walk. Only about 28, 29 degrees, so perfect weather. There was a tiny bit of sunshine earlier. Now the clouds are rolling back in and the snow is coming down, so it's good to be inside. Getting ready for trading. Just a quick update. I did post a couple of live streams from the London session this morning because I was going to trade it. I saw stuff dropping overnight. It looks like things are finally happening here, so I didn't want to miss anything for my own trading. And I thought, why not live stream it? So I live streamed it, but there were no good trades. So, unless you want to learn from those, there's not too much in those. You don't have to go back and watch those. I was going to take one short on the 30-year Treasury that I think would have ended up being a winner. We can just look at it here real quick, but I closed it at break even because EU CPI that came out at 5 a.m. came in line with expectations, and I just didn't see an opportunity for a good drop. So I closed that, but I think it would have won anyways, but still not the kind of trade I'm looking for here. I'll bring it up. This is the 30-year. Yeah, so I actually, I did during the EU session on the live stream, I shorted the 30-year right here. So yeah, looking back, not a bad place to short it, but the market was just so slow and not moving. I thought, I don't have the energy to sit here and manage this. So, and I certainly don't want to leave it open. It's not my style of trading. So I closed it at break even and went for a walk and decided to save my capital and my energy for New York. But a good spot nonetheless there for the 30-year. Anyways, I think we're going to see some good action today. I'm excited about it. We've got a lot of stuff happening. I did not post an updated video in the members area for the elite because I will do that when I have something to talk about. Today, the forecast is the same. Everything from the weekly forecast appears to be unfolding. We're expecting continued weakness across the equity indices, bonds, metals, probably energies as well. The dollar looks like it's going to continue to get stronger. So I think that theme is going to be the theme that we're going to be dealing with for the rest of the week. So I will post updates to the members area when there's something to talk about. But right now, just continue to follow the weekly game plan I put in there yesterday. And of course, I'm here to guide us as we look for some good trading setups during the week. So let's get into, we do have retail sales, I believe, at 8:30. So that could move the market, but we'll get ready for the 8 a.m. check. I am expecting a busy day. I'm hoping for a busy day. As always, we'll continue to be very patient, but the last week or so has been slow, kind of waiting for things to develop, and we're finally there, which is fantastic. Things are moving. So let's go ahead quickly. We don't need to go through the higher time period. We'll look at the monthly, the weekly, the daily, just quickly for each of the different asset classes, starting with the indices. So with the indices here, what we can see is that we've got, this is the ES. Obviously, we expect to cycle back down here, which I think is where we're headed, which is why the daily's looking to exit congestion down, which appears to be happening. It's kind of fighting it here, but I'm going to look for good opportunities to get short. Be careful from the long side. That'll be the same for, the NASDAQ. The Russell did end up dropping a little bit yesterday. I caught some of that on my own account during the afternoon, but I didn't stream it because I wasn't in the mood. But yeah, a good little piece there. Still not the big drop that I've been waiting for. I'm really I'm waiting for the NASDAQ to crack below, the dot zone here, the broken near high. I mean, this is a key level I want to see. We need to break that. Right now, the NASDAQ's holding up pretty well. So let's see what today has in store for us. NASDAQ's still a little choppy, but the Russell, as we've been talking about, I think for about the last, week or so, I've been talking about the Russell looking the weakest. And so far, here's the Dow. Dow looks weak. The Russell here is definitely the weakest of the bunch, and didn't take a genius to call that. It's just those 2,000 companies in the Russell 2000 are going to be the most sensitive to rates potentially staying higher for longer. So that's why the Russell's leading the charge to the downside, and that's why I've been calling the Russell. That's the one I really want to short. So we'll see. We need some good pullbacks on the hourly pattern. It looks like the daily on the Russell, this is the one that's definitely, we're we're in a trend now to the downside, you know, a trend that's actually moving. So I think the Russell will be a good one to focus on today. Whereas if, like I pointed out, if you look at the NASDAQ here, we're still sitting up, you know, the daily's not exited congestion yet. I think it will. And once it really, you know, we're still going to look for some shorts, even though we're in the range, because I do think we're going to push lower. But the Russell already is pushing lower. We already have confirmation there. And, you know, we gotta focus on that. The ES is also starting to break through its dot zone here. So the ES is looking good. I do expect, you can see we're kind of leaning a little further here. So I do expect the ES to exit congestion down on the daily. So good things are happening on stocks if you're looking to play the short side. If you're sitting on longs, you're not too happy right now. Thankfully, we're not. We're looking to play the short side. All right, let's look at the 10-year. The bonds really had a big move down yesterday here. Unfortunately, that one setup we tried to take at 8 a.m. just didn't get filled. So that was that. That was pretty much, that was the spot to enter. And now we'll just continue to look for good pullbacks. Because I was wondering today, one of the reasons I didn't take that trade on the 30-year was because I wasn't sure, is resistance going to be here at the dot, at the true average, or is it going to be up here at the daily near high? And now I think we have our answer with the 10-year. It's pushing down off the true average. So I think the same with the 30-year and the ultra bonds. We can look to short rallies. This is the 30-year, looking quite weak across the board. Load the ultra bond, kind of the same thing here. So any good pops, we will look to get short. Gold is the same. Big down move. I am expecting it to remain under pressure along with silver. So any pops on gold, we want to get short. It's trying to rally right now, which is nice. I hope it rallies more, because the more it rallies, the better the short will be in my view. Looking at silver is going to be the same. We can see silver also, looking for the daily to exit congestion down, which I do expect. So looking for rallies on silver to be shorted. Copper is already firing to the downside. So continue to look for good opportunities here on copper to short. Good rally off the lows right now for copper. But man, if we get anywhere up into this daily resistance zone, that's going to be a great spot to short copper. Look at platinum. Platinum is leading the charge to the downside. I do think that gold and silver are going to follow. So, platinum continuing to look good. Crude, not able to hold on to this 70. It looks like this key support level is breaking here at about 71. So, let's if we start to make new lows here below that extension, look out. So keep a close eye on crude. We got a lot of resistance now up into 72. I mean, anything can happen with this war situation. You could have something crazy happen and spike this market. So you got to be careful. But right now it looks like it's trying to leak lower. Natural gas. Load this here for a sec. With natural gas, the weekly is probably headed back down in here. Daily big move down yesterday, so rallies on natural gas need to be shorted. The dollar continues to look strong. We broke a key level there yesterday on close for the euro. You can see here. So with that broken extension way out there, look at all these extensions. All these are broken. Should be a lot of resistance here at the true average overhead, and the weekly, could be gunning for that extension down there at 1.08, which are also down near the monthly dot here. So I do expect the euro to continue to be under pressure. The pound as well. If we just load the pound, you've got a lot of resistance up in here. So I think the higher the pound goes, you see the pound's a little stronger than the euro right now. So I think the euro is going to be weaker than the pound today. All right, the ags we don't need to go over right now because they're just not, we'll look at them starting at 10 a.m. for those hourly closes, but I'm not super interested in the ags right this moment. Go ahead and look at, let's get ready for our 8 o'clock check here, which is in about 20 minutes. We'll start off with ES and swap over to these charts here. Here we go. The ES. Grab some water while this is loading. So, You know, we'll see. This is not looking like it's going to be a pattern for me for 8 a.m. Kind of looking at 47.98, anywhere up there. If we can get some, you know, these are the kind of days I like. I think we're heading into a period of time that is going to be beneficial to the way I trade. You know, if we can get a pop up here for the 9 o'clock hour to set up a short back down, that would be nice. But right now, that's not something I want to trade. Let's look at the NASDAQ. I mean, we'll see again what happens. That's not looking like a short pattern here for the 9 a.m. Sorry, the 8 a.m. hourly close. I'm just going to cycle through everything, continue to let these markets come to us. Here is the Dow. You know, you got a decent little pattern here all by itself, but again, you know, we're pretty overextended at this exact moment on the Dow. You had a pretty decent drop yesterday. It was kind of a sneaky drop on the Dow. It just kind of leaked lower. Made a little lunch money on that Dow long right there. Actually bought it right about here at the true average and took profit basically right there at the high. So that was a good little lunch money trade, but nothing major. I didn't, you know, load up or anything. I was sitting here waiting, and I thought, we're probably going to bounce a little bit. So I won't do that very often unless I am feeling pretty confident about the trade. So the Dow for 8 a.m. right now, you know, not a bad little hourly pattern, but not in an area that makes sense to me on the daily. So probably going to pass on that. Let's look at the Russell. So looking at the Russell here, what we can see is, you know, a big drop overnight. So, you know, are we just going to continue to fire down and through 1910 here? Maybe. But, you know, we'll just have to wait and see what the hourly gives us. This is not, you know, right now we do have some temporary daily support here. So just got to be careful. I'd rather have a bounce. I think the indices, I'm going to wait for the 8 o'clock hour. Probably not going to do anything, but let's look at the bonds. Here's the 10-year. So we are heading lower. Nice. Let's look at the 30-year. That was where I was interested in shorting earlier. Suppose I could have held on to that, but I had my reasons not to. So not really anything I'm seeing here for the 30-year. The ultras, they just look weak. So might be one of those days where we have to, you know, spend some time on the 15-minute chart just waiting to pull trade pullbacks on the 15, because we might not get them on the hourly. We still got about 18 minutes to go here, and I think the fact that bonds couldn't rally any more than this morning, I you know, we'll see what happens, but that's probably going to be the area where we look to get short. We get gold. All right, this is what we want to see. So this could be good. We'll see. At least gold. See, if you wonder how I'm, you know, we have so many markets to choose from. This is the benefit of that, is waiting for the one that looks the best. Now, you're not always right by doing that. That doesn't mean anything's perfect, certainly not, but you at least can try and pick better areas. So with gold, the reason that I'd be more interested in shorting up here is because we're back closer to the, you know, daily true average, and we're actually back inside the monthly value area, right? So that's important to me, because if you get too far away from monthly value, even in a market that's going to keep dropping, you know, things don't just go straight down, right? They go in waves, and you got to be careful, you know, shorting an overextended market or longing an overextended market. So that's why I'm pretty picky on my entries. And one thing that I'll talk about later in terms of being selective with the trades and why it's so important. Remind me to talk about that later. So with gold here, you know, we've got the monthly point of control up here at 2036. I mean, if we were to get a spike up in here on gold, I think especially with what we're seeing in bonds leading us lower, I might have to look to short gold potentially, because you can get a decent little pattern here on the hourly. I mean, it's kind of it's a pretty biased pocket here, which we got to be careful, but you can see here was a pretty biased pocket that we didn't really matter. I think that there should be a lot of resistance up here on gold. This might be one that I'm interested in at the 8 o'clock hour. Especially the higher it goes, the better. So let's remember gold. Silver I would absolutely love. So silver is also one that I'm interested in. But again, up in here would be better. You can see we went up there 15 minutes ago. Let's look at copper. So copper, the way copper is rebounding right now is beautiful. This, I think should be a good short up in here. So basically any of these markets I think are going to be good shorts up here. So I want to pick the one that squeezes the highest because it has, the furthest drop, the downside. So copper will be setting up a decent short up here as well. Let's look at platinum. Kind of looking similar to silver. Crude. Nothing there for the 8 o'clock hour. Let's look at nat gas. Nat gas looks pretty weak. I mean, could have a pullback up into resistance here. I think I'll focus on probably gold or potentially copper for 8 o'clock. We'll see. Let's look. Just quickly go through the FX market because sometimes you'll see a good trade over here. I got to pay more attention to these. Here's the euro. Not seeing anything I want to trade there. Here's the pound. A lot of resistance up in here. So I think keep an eye on the pound. Let's look at, don't want to trade the Swiss franc. Let's look at the CAD, trending down. At the odd, also trending down. Nothing there for us. But it looks like the dollar is, nice and strong against all these, which is fantastic. Look at the yen. Also strong dollar against the yen. So looking good. Bitcoin. I expect Bitcoin to be weak today as well, but gonna need a decent spot on Bitcoin. Look at Ethereum. I think for the 8 o'clock hour, I think gold is looking pretty, gold has a decent little resistance level up in here. Silver as well into about 23. So silver, certainly if we could get a pop up here into 2304, I'm probably not going to be able to let that go. So silver might be one that I focus on for 8 a.m. Silver or gold, but I'll prefer silver if I have to pick between those two. Those are kind of the ones I'm keeping an eye on for 8 o'clock. It's going to be, I think, a day with some good opportunities. So I'm just going to continue to be selective and, wait for the right setups where everything looks good. Those are the ones to wait for. Because I think people lose track. There's so much, so many false expectations out there with trading. People lose track that, when you're trading these large futures contracts, really, I mean, if you have a couple of good trades per month and you're really selective and you wait for those and you make a couple of grand on each one of those trades, I mean, that's, you can make 4 or 5 grand a month just on a couple of really good setups. So I'm not saying that's all we're going to take, but you just don't need to force the issue, right? You can be patient. Really important. Let's look at ES here. So again, the indices likely not going to do anything here, yeah, for the 8 o'clock hour. I mean, with bonds continuing to head lower like this, I'm liking the fact that gold's trying to buck the trend. Probably going to have to. I think gold and silver should follow bonds to the downside. Copper as well, I think, should probably head lower from here. But I do like, we'll see where copper closes. I'm definitely interested. You got a nice, nice resistance level up here for sure. Silver. You get gold. All right, so we've got about 10 minutes here until the 8 a.m. hourly close, and then we'll see what we got shaking and what we want to trade. Right now, it's going to be potentially either gold, silver, or copper. I want to see where these close. And keep an eye on silver for the time being, especially with bonds heading lower, dollar looking strong. Let's see how the dollar looks for the 8 o'clock hour. And congestion here. Like dollar could get stronger against the pound. You know, the 10-year is key here for metals. Looks like the 10-year probably wants to try and make new lows on the day. I think that should drag metals down. So might have to take a shot here on gold or silver depending on where we close up into. Silver would be great up in here. 2302. Don't have a great level to lean against there on silver. On gold, bad up here. So we'll leave gold up for now, and we'll see which one we're interested in. And a quick check on everything here. I think everything is all right. Streaming. I think we're pretty much streaming across the board here. So let's see, what do I want to have ready to go? Silver is probably looking pretty good. A little tired today, guys, too. I didn't sleep. We had the snow truck plowing the streets all night. The snow. So I think what we'll do is we'll just keep an eye on, especially if bonds continue to head lower. And I do like silver up in here, so I'll look for some evidence on silver. Right now we got some support potentially coming in at 95-ish here for now. Whereas on gold, it looks like we've got a selling coming. I think gold is probably a little bit more interesting in terms of the volume profile. 30-year here quickly. Oh yeah. Looking at the volume profile here a little bit. All right. So let's kind of see. I'm interested in gold and silver where we close. As I mentioned as well, copper's got quite a lot of resistance up in here for sure. Copper's already turning the corner as well. Copper. A while since I put on a copper trade, but I can't neglect it. It is the one that potentially is setting up a decent short up here. I keep an eye on all of it. Got about 4 minutes. Keep a close eye on stuff heading into the hourly close because the volume profile will change and I don't want to miss anything. So gold, silver. I think gold looks, I mean, gold, you got to be careful shorting right now with what's going on in the Middle East. You really do, because that thing, you don't want to be caught short if a destroyer or something gets sunk in the Red Sea. That's really silver too. Even U.S. Treasuries. I mean, if something like that happened, Treasuries would get a huge. I mean, these are just the risk you take when you're trading. That's why it's best to just be in the market when you see something really good, and then be in cash while you're waiting in case one of these outlier events happen, because those outlier events can just kill you. All right, so here's gold. Silver, copper. I think copper is the safer one. Safer, nothing safe for trading. Copper looks potentially the weakest. Looking for something similar here. You know, copper can move. It's pretty volatile. But I like would basically look maybe to short up in here with a stop, you know, mental stop above the high, but really I want the 15-minute to trend down. So I'm looking at copper very carefully here. Got about a minute and a half here. Have to get the dark chocolate going soon. Wait. So we've got about 45 seconds here. I think copper's looking pretty darn weak. Get a little bit right in here is kind of where I'm interested. All right, I'm short copper. Let's see what happens. Shorted here. Actually hit that bid quickly. Got in at 3.7590. So copper's a big contract. See if we can get a nice quick drop. Hopefully rates will continue to go lower. Just gonna give this thing a chance to run a little bit, hopefully. Been a while since I put a copper trade on, but charts were saying copper. So let's see what happens. Looking at the bonds, we'd really like, that's good, the 30-year, I mean, we'd like the bonds to continue to head lower, so rates head higher. And this is one, if we'll see. I mean, my initial risk on this is probably about 250 bucks. I've got a couple of contracts now, so it's 250 per contract. But I really, this whole zone is my resistance. Like, I want to see the 15-minute kind of, we're trending up here. I want to see a trend reverse to the downside. And if we really get going, it's one that I could potentially hold and add to. Otherwise, the risk on these first couple of contracts is my D-Day stop is above these highs, but really I don't want it to go back above. I don't really want it to go back above 764 up in here. So, the technical risk is about, I don't know, 150 per contract. So about 300 bucks of risk roughly. And if it pushes higher and I like what I'm seeing, then I'll add another 2. But let's just give it a chance here. Sitting around where we got in, so. Copper's volatile, you gotta really just give it a chance. It'll bounce all over the place. The gold's trying to drop. Well, that's nice. Hopefully copper will follow. Silver certainly dropping. Gold and silver trying to push lower. Hopefully copper is not going to stay up here too long. So gold is leading the charge to the downside. What's platinum do? I gotta think copper's gonna follow hard and fast. If gold and silver keep firing to the downside, I think copper should catch down. Platinum just kind of hanging in there for now. Certainly looking weak. Gold trying to push lower. Copper just kind of hanging out by our entry. Chance to work a little bit. Water. I mean, 3.76 is kind of where all the resistance should be, and generally speaking. 3.76, 3.764. Take a look. Gold's 220, silver 294. See. Euro dollar still hanging out at 1.09. I mean, the 10 year is just collapsing. So if it continues to collapse, I got to think copper is going to patch down big time. So we'll see. Gold, silver. I'll explain later why I chose copper instead of gold or silver. I just want to focus on managing the trade. So euro trying to rally a little against the dollar, but I think copper is going to be more affected by the rates, and I really like what I'm seeing on the 10 year. The 10 year can continue to push lower. See, it's trying. Give it a little bit of a chance here. And we're short 2 contracts from 3.7590. Just hit that bid right there when that 15-minute closed. This is what we want to see. Just get off to the races to the downside a little bit. It's trying. Short, we'll stay short. Back the back a little bit. Go to the chiropractor soon. Come on, Dr. Copper, you can crash. You want to. I mean, if the trade works, you know, we could see a retest of lows from London, which are down around 3.72. So see what happens. That would be the goal. And if I see that we're heading down there, the goal would be to add to this position and trail the stop. Try and get a decent winner. These are the ones I try and stay patient for these. Still, they don't always work. See so far some support. Kind of coming in here, trying to hold it up. Quietly watching. And really just got to manage this objectively. It could punch back up here to, you know, 3.76, you know, 30 up in here. This is kind of the resistance zone. So could stabilize here, bounce. We'll see. Kind of hoping it just reverses, obviously, but where the rubber meets the road with trading, all these details. How do you enter? Where do you put your stop? How do you manage the trade? You know, these are the things that make trading challenging. 10-year, yeah. So that the 10-year is trying to stabilize here, which is why copper is not really dropping yet. But let's see. I like the trade overall. The gold is back up to. Oh, it's still gold is still trying to head down. Silver trying to head down. So, see what copper can do. See, it kind of got tried to push up there and got hit down pretty quickly. But let's see. Because you have the hourly trending up here, so with where we're at in the daily, weekly context, I'm just looking at, you know, there's a lot of resistance here. So I'm just kind of betting on the fact that maybe the hourly is going to enter congestion and trend back down. And you already have signs that that could be happening because the 15-minute already entered congestion down and is trying to get into a trend run down. So the 15 is at least firming the hourly for now. And the hourly is in a pretty good daily, weekly resistance area. So if the trade loses, it doesn't matter. It's a good one. I'll sleep well. It's got everything going for it. And these are the ones you want to take. These are the ones where you want to look back at the end of the month and go, you know what? 10 of those won, 10 of them lost. And I really, you know, managed them well. Those are the ones you want to give yourself a chance on. Right now, we're just kind of hanging out where we entered. The old floor hours, remember gold, silver, copper, they're all kind of centered around 8:20 a.m. Eastern. That's when a lot of volatility starts to come in. This is kind of the key area I want to see up here around 3.762. How price kind of this area. And this 15-minute is going to close here in about 2 minutes. The level here, I want to see sellers come in. So we've got about a minute left. So this closes. Still basically kind of close to where we entered here. That's the level I'm watching. So I want to see how this closes. Here in about a minute. So this will close here in about 10 seconds. See what happens, but that's the level I really want to keep an eye on. There's 8:15. Snowplow. We're short. We'll just kind of give this a chance to hopefully work. 15-minute. Trying to reverse to the downside here, but I really wanted to exit lower. Let's see. Take a look at gold trying to push a little higher, but silver, platinum trying to rally a little bit. Take a look at the 10-year. 10-year still looks pretty darn weak, which should, should weigh on copper. If that 10-year can continue to head lower and push rates higher, copper could collapse. We'll see. Right now, just right around break even on my 2 contracts short copper. So for those of you who, have to trade with stops, I don't, but mentally, my stop is basically, I tell you the areas that I want to hold. So this is the first level. I really want to see how price reacts there. It got shot down on that first attempt, which is good. And adds a little bit of confirmation for now. But if you want basically, if we start to get above that 3.764 level, I didn't like what I see. That's when I would cut it, and I'll tell you guys. But I don't put a stop there just in case something flares up and flares down. So, got some kids going by in the snow. Very sweet. So let's see if we can get a nice collapse in copper today, guys. Love seeing the kids play in the snow. They're so sweet in their little snow outfits. They've got their little snow overalls on. And see if copper can collapse. See. Gotta always just be open to anything can happen. Can't get emotionally attached. Probably one of the hardest aspects of trading, even when you've been doing it a long time, because it goes against human nature. Psychology of trading really goes against human nature. Gotta figure out how to update the here. Edit. So I see now how people update their live stream. So updated the title of the stream. Pretty cool. So we're short we're up about $400 right now, but That's kind of meaningless if this thing is correct. I want it to really go. You know, copper is kind of like bonds. You know, when it really gets going, it goes. So I like what I'm seeing so far. This is kind of what I was debating doubling up to 4 contracts up here. I could have, maybe should have, but 2 is good to start. You never want to trade, you know, so big that a position becomes uncomfortable. You know, pick your trades wisely if you can, and try and manage them as you can. So this is dropping, you know, pretty nicely. It'd be great if we could just get a big, because you also got to think about it in terms of taking profits. How far do you go and how fast, right? So hopefully this 15 will continue to collapse down here. I think so far. Stop is mentally basically break even now. Don't have a stop, so. And you know, like other channels, they go woohoo and they get all excited. I don't do that because for me, trading is very real, and it's like I don't want to get excited when I win. Of course, I'm happy about it, and I don't want to get, you know, down when I lose. I just want to pick good trades and go from one trade to the next. It's really the most important thing for me. Keeping an eye on the volume profile while I'm managing this position. I don't want to get too fancy, you know, try and pull it off and then re-add, and sometimes it'll just drop and then it's, you know, hard to get back in. So just kind of got to give it a chance now to let it run. Basically up around 500 total. At the peak, we were up about 600, 2 contracts. I don't know, let it run. Should have probably added up there. Should have doubled into 4 contracts because, you know, when you take, you want your trades to kind of be as, you know, evenly risked as possible, and you get, you know, 1 contract on a market like crude. Take a big, like I took a, you know, $690 loss on crude last week. So I want to make sure that on the markets, like let's say copper, if you get a win, you know, you want to be reasonably positioned so you can get paid for it. Kind of keeping an eye on gold, silver, looking at the 10-year. Try and sit on my hands. One of the hardest parts is, you know, when you're in a trade and you're up, it's very, very tempting to take the money. And you just can't. So I'm just staying as objective as I can, watching the volume profile, looking at my levels, keeping an eye on gold, silver, the 10-year, the dollar. Good that the US dollar is back below 109 against the euro, so the dollar's maintaining strength. 10-year treasuries, you know, still looking weak, meaning upward pressure on rates, all this stuff. As you can see, copper has been very weak the last few weeks. And I think, you know, depending how the rest of the month plays out, I mean, copper could head back down to the monthly lows from last October down there around 3.5, especially if we're entering recession right now, which looks like we could be. That was why I took copper, gold, and silver session trade. Now you got 825. As I said, the metals, the bonds, they get active around 815, 820, 825. A 10-year heading lower, that's what we want to see. Gold trying to head lower, that's what we want to see. Silver heading lower, that's what we want to see. So give copper a chance to run here. 8:30, we've got some news coming out. I think it's retail sales. I'm gonna have to hold this because I'm already short. Let's see. Yeah, retail sales, that's a big one. Stay short heading into the news. I'm not going to put a stop in right now just because, you know, if it could spike back up, and I like this trade overall, so I've got to, you know, hopefully it doesn't do a super spike. Going off the charts right now. Hopefully it does a super spike to the downside. You see a big move down here. But anything can happen. I'm just managing off the charts at this point. I mean, the 15 is trend reversing to the downside. It's you got to hold. Got about 2 minutes. Copper, you can collapse to the side. Minute until retail sales. It's a big one. You know, even when you've been doing this for a while, do you still get a little nervous? Yeah, I'm, you know, get a little nervous going into a big news announcement like this, but I'm already short from where I want to get short on, and got to hold it because the charts are telling me to hold. See, 30 seconds. Get volatile. Copper's very thin too, you know, so they can jack this thing all over the place. Announcement. Short. Still short. You guys know. Up about 700, but give this thing a chance to keep going a little bit. Keeping an eye on all the other markets. Hoping we can get a crack down to 3.74-ish. Hardest part is to hold through retracements when you're up. Gotta do it. Or was. It says that retail sales were stronger, 0.6. I mean, that should be hawkish. Shouldn't help copper. But we'll see. You never know, guys. Trading the charts at this point, not trading the number. Oh yeah, look at the wow. The 10-year just collapsing. Copper could follow this to the downside. We'll see. I'm still short. You know, we're getting back up close to my entry. In hindsight, would I have liked to take money off? Sure, but just can't trade that way. My target for this is down around the lows of the day if it's correct. Give this thing a chance to work. Let's see what its stocks do on the back of that. I mean, with what the 10-year is doing, stocks should absolutely collapse and copper along with it. Let's see what happens. I don't think that's the number bulls wanted to see. Just hanging short. Got to get ready for our 9 o'clock check in a bit because because copper, I'm gonna, depending, I got to give it a chance to run for a few hours, maybe. Again, it depends on if you get to a key level fast or not, but generally speaking. NASDAQ. I mean, if NASDAQ is going to revisit its lows, if copper should catch down. Very volatile. Copper's a wild one. Kind of following the Dow a little bit more carefully. Here's the Russell. And you're sucking up. They're all following the 10-year here. And hopefully the 10-year will just stay under pressure. So that short on the 30-year earlier today would have been nice to hold that. Should have probably held it. My gut kind of said hold it, but I like to monitor my positions. Typically trade just New York. Gold's trying to suck up here a little bit. There. Copper is still kind of just hanging out. We're up about 400 total, but kind of meaningless. Here's copper. We're short from up here. I got to give this thing a chance to go. Yeah, dollar's still strong against the euro, 08.89. And you're still looking pretty bearish. Let's see. I like it. You just never want to count your chickens before they hatch. Gotta let it keep going. But the 10 years breaking through some potentially key support if we can stay below these levels and keep going. And once you're in a trade, you've already put all the thought. Kind of want to try and turn your brain off and don't overthink it once you're in it, because if you do overthink it, I guarantee you your brain will find ways to tell you to take profit, oftentimes too early. When you're in what could be a good one, can't look at the floating profit that you're up. You've got to just let the trade work, because yeah, sure, let's say you take off, I could have taken off 700 earlier. Yeah, but if this trade is what I think it's going to be, it could end up making 2,000, right? So I got to give it a chance. Right now it's coming back toward, break even. Trying. All I'm going to do up here is add. I'll wait for this 15-minute to close. It closes in 6 minutes. I mean, the 10-year here, I mean, this is just a bomb. Rates really punching up. So the fact that copper is even attempting to fight this is, we should head down. So if we close up in here, put on my third and fourth contract. Really, depending where we close, probably going to have to add to this position. Because everything else looks good. I've got to take the risk now because, you know, we took the trade for a good reason. The hourly is trying to go for congestion entrance down. The 15 is trending down now. So this is where, you know, it can be scary to add, but you just have to sometimes. We're going to get a close here in about 3 minutes. Yeah, 10-year holding night. Probably going to add to my copper trade here. Still got about 2.5 minutes. I'm just holding on my ad because you never know what's going to happen. I want to see where this 15-minute closes because they could punch it all the way back up here, and that's where I would add. So really, I'm waiting for the close of this bar to see where I want to add. Obviously, I would prefer to close down here because it's just, it would keep the 15-minute trending. A better place to add. About 1.5 minutes. Dollar very strong. Got about 50 seconds goes here. Thirty seconds. Adding. Short 4 now. That lowered my average to 7,555 right here. but I had to do it because of what we're seeing on the 10-year. Dollar is getting even stronger, trending now on the 15-minute, so hopefully we can get a crack. We're short 4. I mean, it has, anything can happen. You just have to always remind yourself of that, but I'm just trying to stay objective. And believe me, it's hard when you're in a trade, but you just gotta try and stay objective. 10 years really dropping, rates are spiking, the dollar's strong. The charts, we're going for congestion entrance down here on the hourly. 15 is trending, get a little pullback. So hopefully we can just, get a smash down to 3.74. So we're getting a little bit of a drop here, which is good. See if the bottom can kind of fall out. Nice. Oh, hey, Steven, how you doing? Catch up with you in just a minute. I'm short 4 copper here, so I'm hoping the bottom falls out. Yeah, I can imagine. Hope that went well yesterday. I just got to keep my mind focused on this right now. So you can replay the video back. You'll see what you missed, but I'm short 4 copper. Just trying to be patient, give it a chance to work. Started short 2, and with some confirmation, I added my second 2. And the trade's got, got a lot going for it, so hopefully the bottom will fall out. Right now, it keeps gyrating, but the open profit is between $600, $700, $800. Chocolate will help. Strong dollar, rates spiking, strong retail sales. The market shouldn't like that. Copper shouldn't like that. Charts say down. With all that said, anything can happen. You're never fully comfortable when you're in a trade short 4 contracts. You're a lot more comfortable when it really starts to go your way and you can breathe a little bit. It's going my way so far, but I want it to collapse back down toward the low of the days. I'll see this hourly bar close on its lows. but we don't always get what we want. So my average price is 3.755 because I added to the winner, so it lowered my average, but I had to do it. My first entry was up here in the first two, right here. 3.7590, I believe. You can go back and check the video. I want to see rallies that met with selling. Possible. Because you can never take anything for granted, just because you're in a trade that looks good. I mean, you never ever know. They could push copper back up through the highs if they wanted to. That does happen too if too many people are on one side. You never get comfortable in a trade ever. Try and stay objective and trade the charts. Right now, we've got, it's the charts are confirming to stay short, so I'm staying short. The charts confirmed to add, so I added. So attempting to stay as objective as possible. Hopefully we can just go attack those lows and get through them. Trying. Right now, I'm not really doing the 9 a.m. check because I need to focus on this trade. So, check that in a moment. I'd like to see it dropping harder and faster, to be honest. And I'm closing them here. They are closed. I'll explain why in a moment. It'll probably collapse now that I close them, but I gotta trade what I'm seeing. And I think I'll tally it up later. I made about 700 on that total. So I think it's probably going to go now. But you see here, we're getting to the 9 o'clock hour and looking at the 10-year here. You know, we're going to see what happens here, but you know, that's a pretty big move down, holding this support, and now copper is trying to drop a little bit more, but that's okay. That was a good trade. You know, copper's not a market I trade that often, to be honest, so I will review that later. I'm going to quickly, so we're flat. It was a good trade to start the day. I want to see here what we've got for the I want to get my bearings here. So ES is breaking support. Nice. NASDAQ also looking very weak. Nice. I'm sure the Dow and the Russell are also looking weak. Yeah, this is good. Look at the 10 years. Kind of a critical. I want to see where the 10-year closes here. Right now looking quite weak. I want to see where it closes. Let's look at the 30-year. I'm tired today too because there was a snow plow keeping me awake all night last night. We live on the main road that's to the second largest hospital in Sweden, so they have to keep it clear. The longer end is collapsing. Let's look at gold. That's the way nature works, right? The day you've been waiting for the last 5 days. The snowplow keeps you up all night. But that's the way it goes sometimes. Gold looking weak. Silver looking weak. But, you know, these are we going to keep breaking out? Are we going to pull back? I think we're probably headed south. There's copper's kind of, you know, close to where we got out. So it's probably going to head lower, I think. And in the end, maybe I'll look back and say I should have held, but we'll see. See, platinum is rebounding a little bit. That's I really want to see where that 10-year closes. Crude. Yes. I think we're going to have a very volatile day today, Stephen. And I am really tired, so I got to find a way to trade but not make mistakes, which is very difficult when you're extremely tired. I swear to God that the snowplow went by probably 10 times last night. We had a lot of snow, and this is from the highway to the hospital. It's the main road right out here. So it's just, I was like every hour and a half, I was like deep asleep, and then you know, just woke right up. Horrible. But we had a good copper trade to start the day. Life could be worse. Happy about that. The exact amount is 680 that we made on that, so that was all right. All right, we're gonna need to close here. 10-year dropping now, yeah. So now I'm probably wishing I would have held copper, but let's see. Well, I'll tell you what, if we get a pop on copper, I'm reshorting. I'm just trying to understand. You know, I shorted up here. It was a good trade. I think it's going to go lower. I'm just trying to understand why it's holding up temporarily when everything else is collapsing. It'll probably catch down. But if I feel even the slightest bit off, I'll just take the profits and rethink. And then if I need to re-enter or whatever, you know, we'll see what happens. It's 9 a.m. You know, just kind of surprised it couldn't. after retail sales, with the 10-year collapsing, I was holding for the break below the lows the hourly already put in. And sure, it might happen now, but the fact that we couldn't get down there and break those lows, I got to ask myself, why was that not happening? So that's why I pulled the profit. I still think there's a very high likelihood it's going lower. Oh yeah, today is get a pop on anything, short it. That's why I shorted copper here, because it had rallied. And then you got a nice close here below the live envelope top, below the live true average. The 15-minute was here, so the 15 had already confirmed. That's why I put on the first two right here. And then, you know, the fact that it was looking, well, it went against me a tiny bit, not much. And then it was looking pretty good. And, you know, it's probably going to go lower, but look, I managed it the way I like to manage it. The fact that that 15-minute, you know, see here, you know, the extension here held, that was, you know, warning sign number one. And then when this closed here, you know, we couldn't take out those lows. So again, I think we are going to go lower. They're probably, oftentimes this will happen if there's a market lagging like this. It'll just get held up and then it'll just go. And I think this is going to go. But it's okay. I'm a little tired today, so I'll do the best I can. Like ES just smashing through, making lows of the day. I was just holding copper going, you know, this, I'm short for copper. This thing should just be collapsing. And I think it will, but I didn't want to stand around and wait, find out. Here's the NASDAQ. Here's the Dow. But now everything's kind of conforming to the analysis as we thought. Dropping. Oh, I should change the title to, because we're not short copper, we closed it. So, change the title of the video here. Second. Okay. Eventually get somebody in here to manage the studio part while I'm trading. I traded a little bit of London this morning too. That's also why I'm tired, because I thought there would be a little bit more action on the back of the EU CPI. There just wasn't. It didn't move anything. But I did go back and look at the video. This was, I think this is just due to my fatigue today. I shorted, actually, and it's in the live stream, the second live stream from London that was like 13 minutes long. I actually did short the 30-year bonds right here at 16 in the live stream. But it just sat there for like 5 minutes. I was like, you know what? I'm so tired. I got to be rested for New York. I got to go for a walk. So I just, because I like to manage my positions, right? So I just closed it at break even and left. But then, you know, that would have been a nice place to hold short bonds. That's okay. Some days you're just tired and that's what happens. But the EU inflation expectations came out basically right online. So the market just sat there and I thought, you know what? It could sit here until New York. I don't know what it's going to do, and I got to get out of the house, so I had to go and come back. That was a fun experiment. I mean, generally speaking, I think it's too much to trade London and New York. It just gets exhausting. But this morning, since things were moving and EU CPI was coming out, I thought, gosh, you know, I don't want to look back and go, I missed a great trade in London. And I didn't, actually, even though I shorted that. At this exact moment, I wasn't too sure that that was going to be the daily high. It looks like it now. But yeah, anyways, it was a good entry, even when I pulled the trade off. But copper was one that I felt better about. Those are the kind of trades I like. You've got, what's interesting is you've got So you've got the 30-year, the ultra bond here. It's a pretty big exhaust down right here, right? So oftentimes when rates spike like this too high in one direction, you know, they'll kind of go back. This is what's nice about bonds. Sometimes you will get that, and then you can short it, and I mean, bonds are the gift that keep on giving. The dollar looking nice and strong against the euro, but you see, look at all these extensions down here, and we sucked up. So I don't know. I think we're going to see a lot of volatility today, put it that way. So if I can just eat enough chocolate and get pumped and stay pumped for the rest of the day and make good decisions, I think it's going to be a great day to potentially make a lot of money. That's what I'd like. Because I think on a day like this, you know, things are finally starting to break the way we've been forecasting they're going to break. But I think there's going to be, you know, there's going to be some gyrations in between. So, you know, is it going to be like a nice, quiet, clean, trending day? I don't think so. I think it's going to be more of a, you know, crazy day. So you never know for sure, but that's kind of what I think. Let's see what happens. So here's ES. What are your thoughts, Steven? You like the bonds? Oh yeah, no, things are already moving, so you know, you missed a good copper trade to start the day, but you had a good reason. Hopefully you're recovering nicely. Yeah, no, it's definitely a day for good opportunities. The question is, I know the opportunities are going to be there, and the question is going to come down to trade management. So we'll see how we do. Right now we're doing okay. Let's look at so this is ES. So for the 9 o'clock hour, you know, yeah, I'm trying to break lower for sure, but obviously not going to short down there. Just waiting for pullbacks, which is why we got that good pullback on copper. At this point, you know, NASDAQ, hopefully that's an exhaust to push back up. Do anything now. Dow, also weak. But hopefully we'll get, you know, massive, just massive gyrations today that we can take advantage of, and especially from the short side. Because, you know, there's still, even though we know what's going on because we're very clear about how to read these charts, there's a lot of people out there who don't have what we have, and they're just sitting here going, oh, buy the dip, you know, like parrots, like, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. So that hopefully will cause a lot of gyrations, and we can just, you know, get multiple opportunities to short. Here's the Russell. Got a little bit of this yesterday. Where was that? It was basically just a little from here down into here in the afternoon. I didn't feel like streaming it, so it's not like an official trade or anything. But and then this is, you know, this is the trade we've been waiting for. And then when it opened, I mean, look at this. This is what we want, right? That's what we want. So, and you only need, you know, when you get on 1 or 2 of those a month and you pyramid them correctly, you can make a lot of money. And the ones where I like to hold is, you see how this, you know, even on the hourly here, you know, it's just, see how this is just firing down. I mean, you see how you're breaking that extension there? That's a great sign that even though you pull back here, you're not really concerned, because, I mean, that's weak, right? So that was just, that's why everybody wants a magical formula. You know, there's no magical formula for what to do. So for copper here, I took my profits because I had my reasons, and yeah, it's going lower, and it probably will, but there'll be other trades, so we shall see. It's always after the fact too, right? If you pull off your profits and it goes back and you get to reshort much higher, like, you look like a genius, and then you pull off your profits and it keeps going, you're like, oh, you're an idiot. That's trading. But you know, if you really want to learn how to trade, just go out on YouTube and search in, you know, a strategy that's guaranteed to make me $1 million tomorrow, and you'll probably find like 5 different ways to do that. I mean, in fact, I don't even know why I struggle with this. I should just go on YouTube and find one of those videos. All my problems will be solved. All right, let's look. I feel like working through the charts backwards. I got to spice it up. Let's look at Ethereum. here. And at Ethereum, definitely bearish weekly and daily charts. Right, so you got temporarily potentially bullish pattern. I want them when they match up. That's not matching up. Let's look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin is dropping as expected, but nothing I want to trade there. We'll look at the ags and stuff later. See, the euro, we went over this. The dollar is strong, but you know, the fact that that hourly hit all that support and sucked back up, sure, still could drop. But if we were to see a temporary bounce in the euro, drop in the dollar, and temporary bounce in rates, that could cause the stock market to bounce. That could cause the metals to bounce again. So these are sort of the things we got to keep an eye on. So that's the dollar. Let's look at nat gas. Nat gas is bouncing here temporarily. So we'll see about nat gas. Let's look at crude. I mean, guys, look at crude. This is what we've been talking about. It's just key level here for crude. If it starts to break through that low from last Monday or whenever that was, and we're breaking through that extension, look out. You know how many people are going to shit their pants because they all loaded up just holding through here, hoping that a missile got fired at a warship, and so that crude would go like this, and now crude's just like, no, I don't think so. I'm going to go down. So we could see some major bed shitting. That's a technical term. If crude breaks through the support, which could set up some awesome shorting. I think there's going to be a lot of good opportunities today, so I just got to find a way to stay awake and stay fresh and stay pumped. But off to a good start with copper, so don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth. Copper gifted, we kindly received it. You know, every trade you're in, you always look back, and you know, I can be a bit of a perfectionist, so but then I always have to remind myself that trading is not perfect. Just do what you do, get your reasons for it, move on to the next trade. Win, lose, or draw, move on to the next trade. Just try and make, you know, decent, consistent decisions. What it comes down to. All right, so that's crude. We're waiting for, it is already shitting the bed, but we're really waiting for it to shit the bed. Platinum, nice little bounce here. Good pattern for the 9 o'clock hour to short here on platinum, to be honest. Not a bad situation there. The hourly's in congestion. Probably going to cycle back down here. I didn't take that on platinum. Not because it wasn't, you know, it's not a bad trade, but, you know, we dropped. I'm kind of looking for just a little bit of a bigger bounce on platinum, maybe up to, I'm kind of hoping they'll, you know, because you got to, most days, like the days we've been seeing these last, you know, 5-6 days since we started streaming together, they've been pretty tame. You know, most days you'll see pretty good volatility. I know how these markets work. You know, in order to set up the trade that's going to run, they've got to take out the stops on the other side. They've got to get those fresh longs rushing in if they want to slam it back short. That's why I like exhausts. If you wonder, like, why am I waiting for very specific exhaust setups? Because those are the ones, when you catch them, you get the runners, because the mechanics of that trade make sense. They got to suck people in and get them all thinking it's going higher. They all start buying. They let it go a little higher, and then they just slam it. And then all those people that bought have to dump their longs, accelerates to move to the downside, fresh shorts pile on. This is kind of the nature of the markets, the mechanics, right? So that's why I like these exhausts. So on platinum, for example, you know, I'd be looking, even though this isn't a bad short here at all, like it could go down, probably will go down, but it's not really, I like to take it when it's exhausting. It's not really exhausting, right? Does that make sense to you, Stephen? That's what I'm, so copper, you can see the reason that I, you know, shorted. My first two contracts were short right here on the close of that 15-minute bar, which was the close of that hourly. You see how we were trending up on the hourly, and then, you know, they sucked in people. We got shot down. You know, this was the spot to short the copper from here down to here. That's why I did that, right? So those are the trades I like. Let's go ahead. We were on platinum. Anyways, that's why. Not a bad little situation there on platinum, but that's why I didn't take it. So copper. And you know, copper, I haven't put a trade on a copper in a long time too. So it's also when you're jumping back and forth, you know, I'm obviously most familiar, just like everybody else, with, you know, the indices, you know, ES, NQ, the Dow, the bonds. I've got great, you know, more silver, a bit more comfortable with. Gold, I know, likes to, you know, right where it hurts. So gold, I'm careful with. Platinum, I like. Platinum's kind of a clean market. Copper's not one I trade often. Like, you know, I probably count the number of contracts I've traded on copper in my life on, you know, maybe, I don't know, not that many. So anyways, I saw the trade, I took it, and I'm happy I did. So, and here's copper trying to bounce a little bit. We'll see what happens. Let's look at, so for copper, you know, I think there could be good shorts setting up the rest of the day. So we're just going to have to just need to wait. Here's silver. We didn't miss anything at the hourly there. Here's gold. Gold's looking very weak. Ultra bonds. See, this would be great if bonds could spike back up here, which they might. You never know. Oh yeah, ultra bonds, guys. Steven, write this down. If we get back up to like 127.22 on the ultra bonds up in here, I mean, that's an area we got to short. Okay, well, I'm just gonna read the chat real quick. You like bonds? Yeah. You like how I took profit there? Yeah, we can always find a new entry, exactly. And I just wasn't, you know, it was fine. But thank you. Hey, look, profit is profit, right? It's like, you know, you don't want to cut your winners short. But profit is kind of an art taking. It really is. You know, pyramiding is an art taking. You know, where and when to take losses, all that stuff. You know, you've got a plan, and that's great, but you've got different markets, you've got different days, different volatility, different trading conditions. And the bottom line is you just do the best you can every single day. The most important thing is to try and pick trades that give you an edge. And as long as you keep doing that, you'll be all right. Copper gave us a good edge there, so we capitalized, which was nice. Let's see. I'm just reading the comments here. Yeah, you got to, all you have to do on TradeStation, Steven, is just go into, you know, the editor of the indicators, and then you'll figure it out. It's not hard. I'd show you. I just have too much to do. Let's see. Crude daily support 67.68. We can take a look. We're going to have to get ready. There might be a stock market opening trade today, so we're going to have to check that for the stock market. The crude 67.68. No, I mean, to me, daily support on crude is right here, right now at this current level. I mean, if we break through this, we could see a massive down day. So that's what I'd be looking for, especially because the opposite is happening. My mentor talked about this a lot. You know, if you see super strong, let's say, support levels, which we have right now on crude, the weekly chart, the monthly chart, if those levels start to fail, you know, look the F out below, because it's the opposite that's happening. It shouldn't fail, and it's failing. It's telling you something. You know, those are some of the best trades. So if crude starts to fail, if it can hold below 71 here, you know, I think it's going to be a good day. So we'll see. Let's look at yeah, you know what? I have to pee real quick, you guys, because I've been holding it since my copper trade. But let me just go take a leak, and I'll be back in like 2 minutes. I'm not even going to take away the webcam. So I'll just be right back, and we'll see if we can pick a good spot and maybe put an order on for the opening. I think there's going to be a shitload of volatility at the open. So we'll look at the NASDAQ. We'll look at ES and see if we can find a good spot to set some orders. Because I don't see this market sucking back up and holding higher for the day. Absolutely not. So hopefully the BTFDers can pump us up at the open and let us get a good free, you know, short entry. So I'll be right back. All right, what did I miss? Did we make millions? Are we rich? I'll think, yeah. All right. You got 8 minutes. I'm just reading your comments, Steven. I mean, platinum looks really weak, so I don't really think support's going to come in on platinum until, I mean, we'll see. We don't know, but there could be a little support here, but I think platinum's going to gun for 890 or lower today. If the 10-year here, you know, basically just maintains these gains, which I think it will, market's fucked because everybody's off sides, because everybody thought that the Fed was going to start easing in March, and now it's like, uh-oh, no they're not, which is kind of what I've been saying all along, because looking at the charts, you could see that rates wanted to stay higher. I'm not forecasting the economy, I'm just looking at the charts going, you know, the bonds want to drop, rates want to go up, market's not going to like that, metals aren't going to like that, crude's not going to like that. So with that said, I thought crude might get a little bit of a war premium, but we haven't seen that yet. Yeah, I think platinum could go down. Weekly platinum. I don't know what charts are you looking at, Steven? I don't see. I think platinum, I mean, you could see a drop by the end of the month. You could see a drop on platinum down to the lows from a couple months ago at 860. I don't see any weekly support until, you know, 875, 880. And we could get there by the end of this week. I mean, we're free falling. So this could be a good few days. We'll see. We hope. Yeah, crude could be, but I mean, really, I'm just waiting to see what the market delivers, and I think they're all going to be good shorts. The question is, you know, hour by hour, which one looks the best? But I'm trying to see. But yeah, we'll just see what the market gives us hour by hour. Hopefully I can stay awake by eating enough chocolate. So I'm just looking. Here's ES. You know, 47.84 up in there. If it managed to spike up there somehow on the open, would be a good spot to short. Look at the NASDAQ. Yeah, NASDAQ 16,920. I doubt it'll get there, but on these volatile days, you know, you can see the first 5 or 10 minutes, you can see them ramp price to insane levels just to shake out, you know, traders and take out stops and do all kinds of things. So I'm always trying, every day I'm just looking, is like, is there some money sitting on the ground we can pick up at the open of the stock market? Because you get a ton of volatility. Here's the Dow. The Russell just collapsing. Beautiful. Check in the chat, Steven. Let me know if you got any more questions. Yeah, I think pretty much shorting everything today. Those are my favorite days. Look at the ultra bonds. Might have to get aggressive on the 15-minute chart today because there just might not be a lot of pullbacks. It's always that balance. I mean, you want to be aggressive when you're supposed to be, but you don't want to get, you know, stupid and start making mistakes. So Always a balance. All right, so looking at ES lower heading into the open. Like the daily is going for congestion, exit down like we've been anticipating. So I think we're going to see a pretty serious drop today. What about you, Steven? What's your favorite market? Is it bonds? I know you used to like ES and Crew, right? I mean, they're all good. They all have like different personality types. I'm just reading the news while we wait. So it says global rate cut hopes plunge after UK inflation, Lagarde misfire, Waller. Yeah, so the central banks are saying they're not walking it back. Retail sales supposedly surged. I mean, this is the market's going to get hit from all this today. We got a couple minutes here. Let's keep an eye on the NASDAQ. You got a lot of resistance up into 16,880. I'm going to keep an eye on that level for the NASDAQ. $16,880. All right, we got about 30 seconds. Going to be a volatile one because you know what? Just got that crossover here. I mean, you got the extension on the 15. So if this closes and jacks us up to 16,880, you know, could be a pretty low risk spot to maybe. I'll see. I'll let you know. Hopefully they'll jack it up at the open. Question is how far. Exactly, that's good. Practice patience and FOMO control. Me too. I try to do that every day, but it can be hardest on the days when you have the best read on the markets. You're like, well, I got the read, which we do. We got the read today. Those are the days where you got to just be, you know, aggressive, but still without FOMO. Striking that balance, you know? And today is also a day where, you know, like for me, I come into each day basically with an idea of how much risk I'm willing to take. On a day like today, I'm willing to take more risk because I see that there can be more reward potentially. So, you know, there's going to be a lot of volatility today. It's another thing, like you start off with a win, fine, but your next trade you take, you know, you could be a loss. You just got to keep picking good spots and keep firing away. And, you know, especially as you get up, you can't, that's one thing, you know, I used to struggle with. Not as much anymore, but still, you know, when you get up, especially a couple grand, you know, $3,000, it's natural to want to hang on to that profit, right? And you can't trade that way. That 2 or 3 could quickly turn into 5 or 6. If it's your day and things are working, just keep putting them on. So NASDAQ is dumping, no bounce at all. Look at ES. Look at bonds. I mean, silver is going to get It already is down nicely the last couple of days, but I think it's going to get... I mean, we've been in a really tight range. I mean, because I'm looking at the daily chart here, you know, going... Because, you know, we've been calling silver weakness here, right? And I'm like, wow, look, silver's dropped a lot, but not really. I mean, the heart of this bar, 23.30, the heart of this bar, 22.90, you know, 40 cents in a couple of days for silver. That's not much. When it starts to drop, you can get 40 cents in an hour. Let's look at copper. So you see, copper's back, right? I'm a genius. Just kidding. It's just, this is the way it goes, right? The good news is I felt like I at least managed it objectively, which is what I try and do with every trade. I didn't see signs when I pyramid and really hold and go for the jugular and keep adding. I'm looking for signs that the 15-minute trend run is very strong, and I wasn't getting those signs here. I was getting signs that the 15-minute trend run was weakening. And, you know, if I'm pyramiding and I'm going in heavy, I don't want to sit through a pullback like this. I want to take my money and reset. So that's what I did. I think it was, it's the thing. It's not about the result, right? Like it's about objectively, was the right call made based off of what the charts were seeing? Yes, the right call was made no matter what. Even if copper had continued to collapse, I wouldn't beat myself up over it, because you never know. Like, I think that's the hardest part for traders to really admit. And I didn't get to this stage until, you know, very, you know, mature in my trading career, that it's one thing to say anything can happen, but it's another thing to really believe it with the core of your being. Any fucking thing can happen. It is the absolute truth in trading. You never, ever, ever, ever know what's going to happen. All you can do is use whatever methodology you want. Thank God we've got a fucking awesome methodology. And, you know, pick your spots carefully and let your edge play out. And with the best methodologies in the world, if you can be right half the time and make better than 2 to 1, you're going to be doing very well, right? So that's the thing. Just so much of the bullshit out there right now is like, people just want this perfection and this system. And, you know, I made $40 million in 3 seconds by doing this one strategy. It's like, fuck you. That shit doesn't exist. I know I'm swearing a lot, but I feel like swearing today and I'm tired. So why not let out a little bit of emotion and have a little fun with this? We got to clip these into some shorts, Steven, so people can understand what trading is really about instead of looking at all this bullshit out there and wasting their time. I mean, so much of the stuff out there is just incredible. Incredibly bad. It's not, I understand things for like entertainment purposes. I do get that, but you know, people can very easily be misled with a lot of what they're seeing. And then when people get misled, they make stupid decisions. And when they make bad financial decisions, they suffer, their family suffers. It doesn't make the world a better place, you know, for YouTubers to lead people on like the false expectations of trading. I mean, it just doesn't help. It's not good. What do you think about that, Steven? That's my personal opinion on it. All right, so ES heading lower, no surprise, but we're waiting. Nice. NASDAQ. Key level here for the NASDAQ. Gonna be interesting to see. Yeah, exactly. That one strategy in a super volatile market on that one day, right? It's like they never show the other 99% of the days that just get killed. I gotta change. All right, so stocks, let's regain. I gotta regain my composure. Tired, so it's easy to get thrown off. Good start to the day. Breathing, releasing that. Now we're on to our next trade. So stocks are breaking down. We're waiting for, you know, some sort of a pullback, because with stocks you will see, these are the types of days where it's trending down and then you will see this. And that's what we want. And then you'll see this. And that's what we want. Although, you know, you don't get many trending days, and this might be one of them. So we got to be prepared for that. Statistically, 1 out of 5 days will be like pretty good trends from the open to the close. And this could be one of those days. And if we start to see that it is one of those days, then we may have to take some shots on 15-minute pullbacks because you're just not going to get them on the hourly. But it's still too early to tell that. I don't know if this is going to be a trend day. We never know until it's over, but we'll look for signs. So stocks right now at 937. You know, they're tanking, but we want to, here we go. Dow, you see how it's pulling back? This is what we want. I'm not going to take it now, but we'll see where the hourly closes, right? Because if the hourly close on the Dow is up into this resistance level, we might have to short it. I mean, we'll see. We're kind of, there should be a lot of resistance up in here. 37,460. You can see the 15 is already getting shot down there. 37,440. So that's probably a good spot to short the Dow there because the NASDAQ. My daughter's outside playing in the snow. Cozy. Yeah, so look, NASDAQ and S&P just shitting the bed. I don't think the NASDAQ and the S&P are going to necessarily push back up, but I think the Dow is probably going to find a lot of resistance up in here, but I'm going to wait for the hourly close because it's a better way to trade. Here's the Russ. You see, this is just what I'm saying, Steven, right? Like when you're trading the hard right edge and you really got to make decisions and not lose money or, you know, not get killed. Every little decision we make is so important. It's not about the money you make. It's about the money you don't lose. My favorite quote for trading. Because imagine nobody ever talks about like, oh my God, the Russell's so weak and it's breaking down at the open. And yeah, but you know, if you went short right here, a couple of contracts and, you know, all of a sudden you're down 10 points, you know, that's not fun to be just sitting here down $1,000. And okay, you could have had the direction right. You know, everything's great. But if you pick that wrong entry by just a little bit, you know, you're in trouble. And this is why I'm so picky on where I get in. And sometimes it's painful. You watch a lot of trades that you know look pretty good, but they don't look good enough, so you don't take them. And that's just the way it goes. So that's how I feel about that. Just waving to my little girl and my wife outside. So, all right. They're in the backyard playing. So Russell pushing up. The question is this going to be a 15-minute exhaust to short for a reversal at the open? I mean, that's going to be tempting. On the Russell, I might have to if it stays up here. We'll see. That's one I could maybe live with. And have, because that could be my, I might be willing to take a little bit of risk here. Hey, I love you. She's only 4, so she doesn't really, she's starting to understand like, oh, daddy's working, but she's still not like, oh, well, why doesn't daddy just come play? It's like, I'd love to. All right, so I'm going to keep an eye on this because, you know, I do think this is, I don't think stocks are going to get out of the woods today. We don't want to get caught in anything crazy, but you see on the Russell here, I mean, look at this, Steven. Look at that. I mean, it could be one of these that sets up for that. It could. I'm not saying it's going to, but it might be one of these where, depending where this closes, I might have to just throw on a couple of contracts and just say, okay, if I lose a couple hundred here, that's fine. But if it works and starts smashing to the downside, it could be worth the risk here. Let's just see. Especially here, this hourly close below the extension, below these lows. So I think this is just rebalancing at the open, maybe punching this up. Sometimes these are the ones that I'll short, if I get a good opportunity. So I'm just looking at the volume profile now. I want to see how much volume comes in here at 1916-ish. PB entry. I probably should understand PB, but I'm not getting it. What do you mean by PB? RTY PB. It's a quiz game and I'm failing. I can't. Oh, pullback. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. It looks like it could be. I mean, and again, we don't want to get caught with our shorts down if this thing is gonna go back up to 1940 before collapsing, because it could, But we'll have some clues here, and we don't just take these shots blindly. Right now, using OMA, we've got our beautiful levels, which for me are the hourly extension and the 15 extension are overlapping right here. I'm keeping a very close eye on volume. I'm going to have to see all three. We're going to have to hold these levels, and the volume's going to have to come in heavy, and this is going to have to close off the highs, right? Because all those things together would tell me, all right, there's some selling here. We've got about a minute to go. How are the NASDAQ? I'm going to turn my attention back, but NQ, bro. Oh yeah, NQ is just getting smoked. I think I'm probably going to have to take a shot here on the Russell, because with NQ looking like that. But then if that's the case, the volume should come in here. We've got about 30 seconds. $25 seconds. Not seeing a whole lot of volume yet. Trying. Short. 2 contracts. From 17.2. I just hit that bid immediately. I didn't see the volume quite like I liked it, but with the NASDAQ breaking down, the Russell's also rate sensitive. Even if this trade is a loser, I mean, it's got a good edge. So let's see if it can collapse. Right now it's up a little bit, which is nice, but I want this to collapse. Check the chat in a bit. I'm just keeping an eye on the volume. Kind of right where I got in now. It might jump up to that hourly extension. Hey älskling, jag jobbar. I love you. Have fun. Yeah, I can't open the window, sweetheart. I'm working. Kan du gå och hämta mamma? We're short the Russell 2000, sweetheart. We gotta buy some toys. Because we need toys. So she understands how I'm working. I love you. I love you so much. I'll come up and see you in a while, okay? I have to watch this. Puss puss. I love you. Yeah, well, we'll see if it's a big toy day. I mean, I got to get my wife to too much money on the line when she's at the window screaming in the backyard. And I hate ignoring her, you know, it's a horrible feeling, but I have to. Ella, I need to focus. You can't stand here at the window. It's like trading is stressful enough and you're doing it from your home. Why is the Russell fighting this? I think the hourly maybe wants to punch up through those highs. I'm going to hold for now. But I'd like to see, right around where I entered, but I'd like to see the selling. I'm in here. Okay, there's some volume is coming in, so now we want to see, as this volume is coming in, we want to see price trying to push higher but unable. Yeah, I mean, this is, regardless of the outcome of this trade, it's a good place to put on a little bit of risk. That's how I feel about it. The volume is coming in here, so let's see if we can, if it starts to really drop, then we know that big volume absorbed all that buying, if that's the case. Let's just see. You know, when you catch the Russell right, it can drop fast. So let's just see if the Russell can just give us a nice, you know, shit the bed here down to at least 13, 14. It's trying. I think it's going, this is the key level here, right here. This is the hourly extension. So this is kind of a level I want to keep a very close eye on. Still hanging in there, but I'm not liking this initial reaction. Hanging in there, but I'm not liking the squeeze. Yep, they are trying to squeeze us. Hanging in there for now. The Russell, you know, it's thin too, so they can squeeze you. This is tough to get squeezed like this. I don't enjoy this. I'm hanging in there. Exactly. I mean, with NQ collapsing, NQ is rate sensitive. These fuckers should fail with this squeeze here, but you know, markets can stay illogical a lot longer than we can stay solvent. I'm still short, we're holding, but I want to see this thing, you know, it's not relenting yet. Yeah, it's just easier for the algos to manipulate because there's just not as much volume overall. I'm gonna have to have a pretty good talk with my wife. I don't need the stress of babysitting. Yeah, hopefully, I mean, this is our shot to jump on board the Russell train to the downside. I mean, we do have some daily support here, so we got to be careful. I'm holding on, and hopefully all those people that went long will bail now as this starts to drop. I want this thing to close down, you know, 1914-ish. Obviously, I'd like it to just collapse. Is the NASDAQ still collapsing? I haven't looked. Come on, Russell. Just give up and collapse. Keep going. We want the hourly to close below the middle of the moving average envelope at 14 if possible. We don't want to see this 15-minute true average give support like it just did. We want to see it crash down and through it. Dollar still at 0882. What is Russell doing? I don't know. The NASDAQ's got some support here, so the Russell could be leading the squeeze higher. I mean, it's going to have to absorb all this. I don't like that true average held at the 15-minute. I'm going to give it one more chance. About 5 minutes. I'm closing mine. Basically break even. 2 ticks. It might drop, but the reason I'm closing mine is because I think it's going to drop. So you might be in good shape, but I want to wait. I don't like how much it's fighting it. And the NASDAQ, even though it's collapsing, you know, you never know who's leading. You know, the Russell might be about to signal a buy in the NASDAQ and squeeze the shit out of people. I don't know if that's going to happen, but that's why I closed my, I don't want to gamble, so I closed it at break even. Well, I lost $20. Well, 2 ticks times 20, I lost like 40 bucks. Whatever. Break even. Yeah, of course. You just have to go higher up. I got to do a check here because I don't want to miss a good trade. So ES is trying to head lower. I don't think that Russell is bad. I just don't. It's just fighting it a bit much to me. I might re-enter depending on where this closes. But I want to see here because it's pushing up off that 15-minute true average now 3 straight times. So I'm content. If I miss it, I miss it. But I'm always more risk averse with my trading. I gave it a shot. Sometimes it'll just collapse. Honestly, I don't want to miss anything. So bonds are heading lower. That's good. 10 years collapsing. I mean, gold's collapsing. Silver. This copper's a mess. Platinum. Crude's rallying. But I don't see anything I want to take right there. Dollar. Oh, 0876. Wow. I'm short again. The Russell, I'm short from 16.7. 2 contracts. See if I live to regret this or not. I shorted here because the dollar is so strong. The 10-year is collapsing. Rates are spiking. The NASDAQ is going lower. The Russell, as rate sensitive as it is, should just fucking collapse here. If this is going to be correct. We're in daily support. So it's a little bit on edge, but see what happens. I don't like that it fought it that much. Really want this to shit the bed here. I mean, this dollar is super strong right now. The 10-year is collapsing. NASDAQ is collapsing. I mean, the question is the Russell setting us up for the NASDAQ to squeeze higher? Or is the Russell going to catch down to the NASDAQ? I mean, I got to think, given the scoreboard right now, the Russell should catch down. But again, with trading, you just never know. And the Russell is one of these where, like, it'll just, it's kind of like gold in a way, you know, it'll piss you off. Really want to see the selling come in here in the last 40 seconds. I'd like to drive that hourly down below that hourly true average at 14. $15 seconds. I'm holding short for now, but this thing needs to drop. I don't like that the hourly closed above the true average, but I want some selling to come in hard and fast. Downside. I'm short my 2 from 16.7. Man, take out that dot zone. Is NQ just collapsing or what? Yeah. How is the Russell not heading lower? Just weird. I don't like that the Russell is not dropping when the NQ is just getting smoked. Something's... I don't know why the Russell's not just collapsing. And my first instinct was correct. I'm holding for now, but I just do not like what I'm seeing. I'm closing. I'm flat, to be clear. Just I'm gonna have to regroup here. This is getting a little too. There's something for me is when the NASDAQ is collapsing like this and the Russell's doing this, the NASDAQ might be about to rip higher. I don't know, but there's no reason the Russell should be pushing the way it is now. So I'll tally up my stuff at the end of the day, but get back a little bit on the Russell right there. Get back about a less than 400. And this is going to be a volatile day. This is a day you don't chase. This is a day to be very, very careful. I've got to keep that in mind. Dow and the Russell are both pushing higher, so I think they're gonna maybe cause the NASDAQ to reverse a little bit. We'll see. I'm not sure, but certainly don't. I'm gonna wait and see because I just don't like what I'm seeing. Glad I closed my trade. Whatever it ends up happening, I really had plans for closing it. I was quiet there. I was just scalping the NASDAQ on my own. and got back what I lost on the Russell. But don't worry, I'm not counting it on the, when I'm doing something like that, I have to react too fast. And for the channel, I'm here to teach you guys and then also call out specific trades. So I'm only keeping track of the ones for the track record of the ones I'm calling out. So when I do like these little lunch money trades that are more of like a intuition type trade, those are just for me. So I went long just a little bit on the NASDAQ because I thought, because the Russell should have been dropping and it wasn't, you know, it told me that the NASDAQ was more likely to try and bounce a little bit. So not that I want to like hold on to the NASDAQ, because I think today is going to overall be a brutal day for the indices, but I felt it was enough to get a little bit of a, you know, a little bit of a scalp out of it, and I did. So, ooh, nice. But it's going to be a volatile day, you know, just got to, you see how the Russell right there, my instincts were correct. Got that first short at 1917, and then it closed back. I just didn't like what I was seeing, so I think re-entering that was a mistake on my part, but that's fine. At least I cut it the second time relatively quickly and only gave back about, only lost 390 on the Russell trade. So officially on the day, the copper was about, I'll tally at the end. I can't sit here and keep, it's not healthy to keep track. I don't keep track of my own trading while I trade. I know generally where I'm at, but I don't want to focus on P&L, and I can't do that just because I'm trying to run a channel. Hope that makes sense, Steven. So let's see what we got shaking here. But I'm expecting a very volatile day, because this is when you get the, even though we're correct on our direction, when you get the regime change, which is what's happening now, we're getting a regime change. Still going to get a lot of volatility. You're going to get a lot of the BTFDers, right? The buy the fucking dippers that are going to try and push stuff up as it's falling, and then it bounces and the longs think they've got it, the shorts are going to hammer it. So there's going to be volatility. And I think if we just stay patient today and wait for some really good short setups, you know, when everything looks really good, I think we have the possibility to have a good day. So I'm going to try and just stay patient. So far the day's, you know, all right, up a little bit, but don't like the fact that I officially gave back some on that Russell trade. So ES pushing higher. You know, we'll see where this goes. My area where I'd be willing and I'd feel comfortable shorting the ES would be up into the high 70s. So up in here somewhere. So I'm just gonna leave that for now. The NASDAQ, we'll have to see where it goes. I mean, sometimes you can get these massive retracements, you know, pullback. So I just want to wait and see where they go. The Dow, I mean, I'll tell you, the Dow, you got a lot of resistance up at 37,560, and the hourly could give us a 2-bar push up there. Exhausting. So I'm going to wait for that. How you doing, Steven? The Russell, I'm just keeping an eye on, but I think the Russell, yeah, see, the Russell's going right to my area. It's doing a nice 2-bar push. It's probably, I think, you know, I don't really know, but this is kind of what I didn't like about this, because I knew what I was telling myself. The reason I took that first short there on the 15, that was okay. But when I could see the true average reacting the way it was, it told me that we were not going to close below the dot zone. And for that trade to be valid, that pattern in this situation, it had to have closed below the dot zone. So I knew that, and I shouldn't have held. Once I re-entered that set. Well, I shouldn't have re-entered the second trade, and then I certainly shouldn't have held it. So that's a mistake, and I'm going to be happy that that mistake only cost me, you know, $300 and some odd. But that's because now we're going up here, I think, for the Russell. It's in the process of a 2-bar. That's where we got all the resistance to set up potentially a short for 11 o'clock. And these are the trades that you wait for on these days that pay off. I think I just answered your question. I think the Russell's, it's squeezing people now, and it tends to do that. So that's why it's just, you know, good to wait for the right spot, which for the Russell is, for me, up around 1933-ish, 1934, 35, 35 maybe, up in there. I think it's going for an hourly 2-bar push. This is why, you know, one of the things I stick by, whatever charts I'm trading intraday, I try to wait for closes, like in this case, the hourly, because it's just, it gives time between trades to, you know, you don't get caught in this type of stuff. And that's, you know, it's really important to not get caught into that type of stuff. That's all right. I had a good reason for trying the short with the NASDAQ collapsing, so that's okay. But then reading the chart objectively, you know, it was telling us to not be short. That's good. Cycle through. And for me, it'll be a learning curve, trading live and trading with the chat and all this kind of stuff. But I'll get there, and I'm prepared to, you know, have my trading suffer a little bit while I get used to it. It's not a big deal. You just gotta trade 100% the way you trade on your own, you know, publicly. It's important, which for the most part I'm doing, but that trade right there, I should have cut sooner. All right, so here is gold. So this is why the indices, you know, the indices, this is why I like, you know, bonds and metals. You know, they can trade a little bit more true. You don't see a lot of the algo squeezing games in these other markets that you do in the indices. Here's silver pulling back a little bit. Copper, copper overall. I might have to re-enter. I'm just gonna see. I'm shorting copper here too. I'm short 2 copper. I basically just reopened my trade because this hourly here, I still feel like copper, based on the strength of the dollar, even though the dollar's reprieving a little bit now, but with the 10-year, the dollar, just the overall state of the situation, I do feel that copper could and should drop back down to its lows of the days. Could and should, that's just my analysis. So I'm short 2 from 74.95. And really, I mean, really, I want this 15-minute here to hold the congestion range. If I start to see it push higher and it looks like the hourly is going to go back to these highs, then I'm probably just going to have to cut it and take a small loss. But in the event it does collapse, I wanted to be in, so. See what happens. It's going to be a tricky day. So I'm short 2 from basically current levels. I mean, gold's at 20. The reason I'm reopening this copper trade is because gold's down at 2012. Last time You know, when copper was at this price last time, gold was at 2023. So gold is $10 lower. So either gold's catching back up to copper or copper's catching down to gold. I think based on the situation in the charts, I'm betting on copper's catching back down. So that's why I reopened 2 contracts. So we'll see. That's why it's important too for me. Like, I don't want to get, you know, stuck paying attention, you know, to a bad trade in the indices. There could be a good trade somewhere else. So it's best to just wait for those really, you know, those really key setups and just focus on those. I think copper here, you know, unless gold is going to just spike right now $10, which it could, because certainly the indices are trying to rally. So copper could spike here, but I think there's a good edge that it could go down. So we'll see. Platinum. I mean, silver's heading lower. I mean, with silver and gold heading lower, and they've even got the, you know, precious metal status, I don't see why copper for now is sitting up here. I mean, gold is making fresh lows on the day. So I kind of feel like copper should exit congestion down here on the 15 and get down to its lows of the day. Woulda, coulda, shoulda, we'll see. But I mean, why it hasn't fallen yet, I don't know, but it's either a gift or a curse. I'm hoping it's a gift. The bottom can just fall out of copper here. My stop mentally is above those highs at 3.7560. So that's kind of where my stop. Yeah, I mean, I think, I don't know, but I think copper is the better short. We'll see. I'm not sure, but the fact that SI and GC are already at their lows and making new lows, I mean, I kind of feel like copper has, you know, should have room to get to the downside. So no, I think, you know, silver, I mean, it might drop from here, and I hope it does, because I want copper to drop. But I mean, I don't think silver is like a horrible short here, but it's also, you've got what could be some hourly support here. I'm not sure. We'll see. I hope the hourly support breaks. My focus will be on copper for right now. And I really just want to see if the 15-minute can exit congestion down. I think copper is being held up temporarily because of that strength we saw in the Dow. So if the Dow can start rolling over back to the downside, then I think the bottom could fall out of copper. So we'll see. Hopefully the Dow will just crack here, send copper back down to the lows of gold and silver. I like to see NQ falling. I didn't short NQ, so I don't know. I mean, I hope it keeps collapsing because it'll drag copper lower. For whatever reason, I like copper here, and I can only focus on, you know, one at a time. I'm sure, you know, there's probably lots of good trades out there, but the NASDAQ, it'd be great if it could just start dropping. Because then maybe the Dow and the Russell will come back down to reality. See. Dow's kind of, you see, as the Dow gets held up here, that's what's holding up copper for now. Hopefully the Russell and the Dow will just collapse now, you know, if they've gotten the squeeze out of themselves. I hope it doesn't do the 2-bar push. I hope that's it, but we'll see. I mean, if the NASDAQ starts to make fresh lows, I don't see how the Dow and the Russell can stay up there, but you never know. Gotta look at the 10-year. I mean, the 10-year is trying to make fresh lows, so rates are trying to squeeze higher. The dollar's, you know, 0883, so the Russell and the Dow should catch down to the NASDAQ and the ES, and copper should shit the bed down to gold and silver. I'm short 2 copper from 3.7495. And if the 10-year can snap through these lows and the Dow and the Russell can snap down, copper should snap hard and fast. See. Just holding short copper for now. I'm just gonna try and let that trade work and look around and see if there's anything else. Don't want to see NQ and ES. Yeah. News coming out at 10:30. And we had business inventories. Oh, Lagarde is speaking at 10:15. There you go. That's going to fuck things up. The beige book at 2. So Lagarde speaking at 10:15. Was it 11:15? Whatever I just said. That's going to be nasty. I mean, there's a lot of volume being put in here on the Russell at 1926. So hoping now that the Russell and the Dow are ending their little charade to the upside, and hopefully we can see things start to drop. Short copper, it's just kind of sitting here pissing me off at my entry. Gold is still at 2013. Silver still at 22.77. The 10-year is trying to make fresh lows. Yeah, copper is just being held up by the fucking Dow. So I want the Dow to drop. Look at this. I'm tired today, so I'm swearing, and got to be careful today. I did not get a lot of sleep last night, and sometimes those are the days you got to be very careful. I think the Dow is going to try and make a run here. Closing my copper at break even. I want to give this, I don't like what I'm seeing right now in terms of just, I want to regroup, and I think that the Dow, it just is being stubborn. Rates are dropping and somehow it's pushing higher. So I think that the Dow is it wants to just push higher. Just, you know, we're going to have to see. And Lagarde, you know, speaking at, oh, so 10:15. Okay, so she's speaking now. That's what we're dealing with. I was wondering why things are weird right now. What's going on? You can see it on the screens. It's Lagarde, the convicted criminal head of the ECB, who's speaking. So that's why. That's why these markets are just out of balance right now. Yeah. So now copper's dropping. I should have held it open, but this is a tough day right now. I think copper's going to snap. This gold's making new lows now. Made a mistake. I should not have closed copper. I'm not trading well today. I'm very tired. Yeah, I think everything's... Copper is dropping, and I should have held it. And I closed it right before it started dropping, because that's the kind of day it is right now. And that is okay. Yeah, so copper just shorted here, and then it just stayed there for 15 minutes, and then in the last minute, it printed the 15-minute bar. So this is just a trickier market to take. I'm going to try and set an order to short copper, see if I can get filled up around 74.80. I have an order to try and short copper at 74.80. I mean, gold and silver are making fresh lows. Copper's got to go back to its lows. Man, I should have held that short right there. That's okay. I mean, I kind of knew coming in today, I was like, should I even trade? Because I know it's going to be a great day for trading, and it just happens to be the day that the snowplow kept me literally awake all night. I don't trade well when I'm tired, so. But I think I'm hanging in there now. It's all right. Oh yeah, gold at 209. I mean, copper's leaving the station here. I'm gonna have to fix the live stream and how to connect my own trading to your guys, because I didn't have time to call. So I set an order at copper at 74.80 that didn't get filled, but I shorted 2 at market at 74.40. So I am short from 74.40, but I just did it too fast and didn't have time to announce it. So I'll keep that for my own trading, but I'm gonna have to figure out how to. I need to be able to act quickly and while I'm analyzing for you guys. So I'll figure that out. Doesn't matter. That's all details of the channel. We'll see what happens here. But I mean, gold's making fresh lows. And I mean, I'm here to kind of teach you guys how to use OMA, teach you how to trade, and I'm trading my own accounts, and you guys got to take your trades where you want to take them, and I'll take them where I want to take them. That's the important thing. Hopefully copper will just fucking collapse here. I mean, I feel like with gold and silver leaking lower, the bonds are getting smoked. You know, copper's got to go back to its lows. That's why I like it right now. I mean, it doesn't have to, but I feel kind of like it should. I mean, what we want to see here is I want to see this. I want to see that hourly support break, and then I want to see this 15 close on its lows below these extensions. That would give me a lot of faith. It's interesting, you know, when you trade publicly and live, I really enjoy it, but it's sort of a learning curve in terms of like doing your own analysis, your own trading, and so it's I'll figure it out. I'll get things in due time. I'm kind of hoping copper will just collapse so I can make some money and go get some sleep. And I think it is the Dow that's just, it's the reason copper's being stubborn. But I mean, gold's at 2010. Yeah, just no way. If copper goes up here, I'm shorting another one. Still got my order up there at 74.80. See, all this movement is Lagarde saying something. I mean, gold, silver. I don't think the assault for gold and silver, I really don't think it's over. I certainly don't think the equities are going to hold up here with the way the dollar is looking and rates are looking. So I'm just for the channel, I'm waiting for my order to get filled at 74.80, where I've got the order. But for my own trading, I'm being pretty aggressive copper here. This always happens, you know, like when a central banker is speaking, and lately we've had a lot of them. Like, you know, yesterday we had Waller, so that caused gave us good volatility, but it was just a quick snap to the downside. I mean, just been interesting times. Yeah, this is why the Dow is just going up here. I think the Dow is going to potentially set up for a fantastic short higher. I'm still waiting to get short on my official copper at 74.80. But I think if the Dow can find resistance up here and gold and silver stay near their lows, I don't see how copper is not going back down to its lows of the day. Look at gold collapsing. Silver, you know, down nicely, a couple of hours there. Platinum down beautifully. And then copper just kind of sitting here. Okay, I got filled on my short for the channel at 74.80. So short 2 copper from 74.80. Let's see what happens. Might go higher here because the Dow might not be done squeezing. Yeah, look at the NASDAQ catching back up. So these are the trades. We got to wait for everything to come back up to resistance. Exactly what I called this heading into the day. So all I got to do is listen to myself. That it's going to be volatile. The energy's down, but if we just wait for the right setups, we'll be in good shape. We're short those 2 copper now on the channel officially from 80. 3.7480. So hopefully we can get a nice drop. We'll see. I mean, copper's the one. The reason I'm shorting copper is because, you know, recession, super high rates now, strong dollar, gold and silver getting hammered. I just, you know, we'll see. Maybe there's some reason I don't understand why copper's just holding up, but I just don't think it should hold up. Famous last words, but that's how I've got to view it for now. And right now, this is just this push here by the indices, I think, and they could, yes, could push up here. Sure. Copper's dropping now a little bit. That's nice. We're short from on the channel from 3.7480 at 3.7445. So it'd be nice if we could just get a nice collapse on copper here. Come on, copper drop. How you feeling, Steven, after your procedure yesterday? You doing all right? Did it hurt? Did you sleep all right? Sorry, we haven't had much time for chit chat. Just been focused on trying to not fall asleep, not get angry from not being rested. Just try and trade as well as I can under the circumstances. At least copper's falling now, which is nice. Hopefully it'll get going. It moves in the, I noticed it did this last time. It moved like in the last 10 seconds of the 15-minute bar. So it seems like that's kind of when those algos come in. I'm closing here. I'll tally it up later. You know, official trades versus what I'm taking. Let's just say I made some good money on copper here from this. Even though I closed that, I re-entered in here, and it's just kind of, I'm looking for the crack. You know, I wanted copper to close down here, and I think it still might go there, but why is it not collapsing? Yeah, I like that too. I like, this is the way I want the channel to work. I like that you're looking at NQ, Steven, and you want to trade NQ. I like what I'm looking at, and we share notes, and I'm telling, you know, that's the way I want the channel to be. I don't like these channels that I see out there where it's like everybody's watching the guy, and it's like, okay, we're all going to wait until, because it's hard to, I'm telling you guys what I'm seeing, you know, what I'm doing. But ultimately, it's going to be very hard for you to mimic my results, and I don't want that. I want to teach you guys how to use OMA, and then you can trade. With that said, that copper trade put me having a pretty good day. But let's move on to the next trade. It's 10:46, and we need to be prepared for the 11 o'clock hour. I'm getting a little energy from that win. Feeling good about it. Very nice. I'm up about 1100 just with all of my little nicking and knacking, which is good. I think the channel's only up, I gotta tally it up later, we'll see. The channel's up like 500. That's good. But I gotta figure out, we'll figure out how to do all that shit. I can't worry about that right now. Just like we're trading, you guys can see, obviously we can, you know, pick good levels and good markets, and that's the key. All right, Steven. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. It's the key thing about being on the same system that you guys can see, and that doesn't mean like, okay, I might like copper for my own reason, right? But you got OMA, you know how to read it. You're loving the NASDAQ, you know, maybe you want to short the NASDAQ. That's what it's all about. Like, we're all here to trade and make money. We're not here to be robots and do the same thing and copy, right? With that said, I'm showing you guys that, you know, it's good for me to show you and analyze, and for my own trading, and show you that OMA works. That's important. But I think it's obviously, you know, pretty clear that you can see if we wait for the right setups, we've got some fantastic edge. Just, and the rest is just psychology, patience, not getting FOMO, you know, all that kind of stuff. So it's just the key. All right, I'm just going to use the restroom real quick, Steven. If you got any comments or questions, just go ahead and throw them in the chat, and I'll see you when I get back. It's our own private trading room, Steven. We're enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. I hope you are. So I'm going to use the restroom and grab a quick little snack for about 3-4 minutes so I can come back and be ready for 11 a.m. and see if anything's setting up, because I think that there's some trades setting up. So I just want to come back for that. So I'll be right back. Okay. I'm not even going to turn the webcam off. Hey, Steven, I'm back. Just got some, I want to go say hi to my daughter, but I'll do that after the 11 o'clock check. Let's see. What did you say about copper? Yeah, it's dropping. Nice. I mean, I'm flat, but you know, I wanted to regroup and just kind of. So far, it's a good day. No complaints. Good day. Got to stay focused. I'm very tired, so you look at this. You know, no day. You know, when you see here, it's like it's pushing down, and then you saw that. That's why I typically, when it comes, I like to look at the whole picture, you know, bonds, dollar, and stay focused on that. Whereas like what I found is when you have these disparities between the indices themselves, you can get really fucked on those. And that's why I don't like those trades like that when the Russell's going out, and because you got to pick which one is going to catch up or down to the other one. And those aren't easy. Typically I stay away from those. All right, let's see. You said ZB going to push up for a bit. Let's see. I hope so, because I want to short it. So ES pulling back here. I don't know if I want to short that. Here's NQ. I think they could push higher. You know, I don't know for sure, obviously, but I think the one that's getting the most ahead of itself that I'm interested in for the 11 o'clock hour, at least on the indices, is if the Dow gets up here to 37,560, I think that could be a good spot to maybe short the Dow. So I'm looking at that carefully. We'll see if it gets up there. Yeah, exactly. And those are tough days when they go contrary like that. Here's the Russell. That's a messy hourly. So for the 11 o'clock hour for indices, if the Dow can punch a little higher, I might like to short it up there. Let's take a look at the 10-year. You know, still looking weak. Let's look at ZB like you suggested. Yeah, I mean, I think bonds are going to be super weak all day. So the question is, I think they're trending down nicely. You know, the question is, are the lows in for the day? I don't think so. Here's the Ultra bond. I'd like to see a bit more of a pullback, but let's see. Let's see gold. Here's silver. A little bit of a pullback there. Let's see, yeah, copper. Yeah, so copper is doing what I thought. I just, due to my fatigue and messing around, I closed it. I probably should have held it, but I don't even care at this point. I'm just gonna move on to the next one. I got a little bit too wrapped up in the indices, and important to just, the indices for me, the way I like to use them, they're a block, right? And I don't like to go within that block and say, oh, well, what's the, you know, I got to stay away from that. Here's platinum. We get crude. Okay, so crude trying to push higher here too with the Dow. I'd probably short the Dow over crude. Depending, I'd want the Dow to get a little higher. Get Ethereum, just a choppy mess. Bitcoin, choppy. Here is feeder cattle. Look how choppy that is. Let's look at hogs. Here are hogs. Nothing I'm seeing there. Let's look at live cattle. Nothing there. Soybean oil. Meal. Look at soybean. Wheat. Corn. Corn pushing higher. Wow, dollar very strong. I mean, it's at 0874 now. Rates strong. I mean, I think the Dow just kind of shouldn't be up here. I might have to short it. So I think the Dow is my top choice for 11. What do you think about the Dow, Stephen? Putting in a lot of volume there at 37,500. Got about a minute and a half to go here. I'm liking this low connector right there, maybe. Kind of near these highs. 15's kind of confirming here. Yeah, it's trending up. Now I'm moving inside the envelope. We'll see. I think I might like this. I mean, rates have spiked. Dollar's very strong. I mean, NASDAQ and S&P are weak. We'll see. I'm watching the volume profile carefully because it's going to give us some valuable information. Yeah, definitely that connection between copper and Dow. The Dow's got some resistance here. I just the volume profile is just not signaling time for short yet. That doesn't mean it won't drop. I like to take, trades where it really confirms. I'm waiting for now. It may drop, but the volume profile is just signaling, don't rush in right here. So that's why I'm not rushing in. I'm just going to give this a chance to work itself out. See. Let's look at, let's go through now and just check the hourlies. ES, I don't like this. This pullback could send prices lower, but I don't really like where this is at, so I'm not interested in ES right here. Look at NQ. There's some support here as well, so NQ could push higher. It may drop, but I'm favoring the short side today with the indices, and I don't want to short NQ here. And the Dow, told you I'm not shorting because of the volume profile, and look, when the best trades, Steven, are the ones where you just like OMA, you got exactly what you want, and then you look at the volume profile, it goes, yeah, the volume profile is definitely confirming here. Boom. Like those are just great trades, and they come around often enough. Here's the Russ. Okay, I can kind of see. I think the indices may want to just push a little higher. We'll see. I don't know, obviously, for sure, but if the Dow and the Russ could just push a little higher, I think I'm going to stay patient. Especially if bonds just get a little bit of a reprieve here. Let's look at the 30-year. Yeah, just waiting. Just waiting here. Here's the ultra bond. Look at gold. Silver. Copper. Oh, there. See that? This is what I was just a little unlucky today. Like this is what I was looking for here on copper. I was kind of looking for it here and here, and then okay, well, did I get out too soon? Maybe, but that's okay. I still made some money on it. Just could have made a lot more had I just held for that drop. That's what I was waiting for. That's all right. Let's just continue to move forward. Really hope the snowplow doesn't keep me up all night again. I was debating not even trading today because I'm so tired. So I'm happy I did because nice to make a little bit of money. Of course, looking at the screen, I'm like, should make a lot more, but that happens when you're exhausted. It's like driving a car when you're just so tired. Like the same thing when you just don't sleep and you're trying to trade. The processing power is just a little slower. Here's crude. Crude could be a good short here, potentially. Gonna keep an eye on it. I'm not gonna short it, but I'm just gonna watch it. Because really, it's still just, you don't want to mess with crude when it's inside this mess here. I really only want to deal with crude now if it breaks that support, which right now it's not. So Ethereum, here's Bitcoin. Here is, the candles. Try up. Fix this. This is, the cattle, and we're not really interested in all that. So look, here is the euro's making a little bit of a run here against the dollar. So I think it just wants to bounce a little bit. If that happens while rates are pushing a little, while bonds, these are the notes, but if they push a little higher, rates come down, euro I think it's just, we got to wait for the indices to top out. And you just never know when that's going to happen. But I'm pretty good at just waiting. And when I see the spot, I know it and I take it. So that's why I like that pullback there. You see that, Steven? This is why I keep repeating, it's not about the money you make. It's about the money you don't lose, Like I could see here with OMA for some different reasons and some other things I'm looking at that this is just, even though you got a pullback here on the hourly, that is not a good place to go short. So you see, like, I think a lot of people, the market's down, pullback, people short, boom, they're going to get squeezed. We can kind of see that. So I'm waiting until they've got their squeezing done. And I can see that. I can see the levels where I'm more comfortable transacting. So that's kind of how I like to look at it. It's just, wait for those setups that just look fantastic. Copper was one. That was my, really, the copper just looked so good. That's the one I should have just stayed focused on that the whole day, just because when you find a good one like that, you can kind of just milk it the whole day. And there might be some more milking left on copper, but I mean, we milked it for a little bit, which was good, but should have milked it for a lot more. So here's the NASDAQ. Yeah, I think we just got to let it get the squeeze out of its system. The Dow pushing higher, so good call there. The Russ just kind of sitting here. I think so far today, you tell me, Steven, but I think given what we're seeing on the indices, I think we're, that one little step up on the Russell, I think that was, that was okay. But given how the indices are moving, they're not really in sync, big move down and now, and then pushing lower. And I think we're handling things pretty well today. You still looking to short NQ? Okay, cool. What number are you looking at? What do you like for your level? Yeah, maybe a pullback on copper. Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna go check that in a sec. Um, I think we're doing. I think we're having a good day. We're not. It's because you know it's like when you're going through the regime change, like we're doing now on these charts. You get these cross currents, and just you know if you can navigate these waters carefully, there are like times when the markets are quote unquote easier to trade. Stuff is more clean. It's just more fluid, and there are times when stuff gets rocky. And if we can not only not lose money during those times, but make a little bit, that's a win. Let's see, 844. If this 800 does not hold, okay, let me check that out. $844. Yeah, I think 800 looks like it's not holding, but you never know. Let me know what you decide to do. Here is the 10-year. Here's ZB. Zibons. Ultra Zibons. Waiting a little. It looks to me like bonds are, you know, going to try and just push a little higher, which is why I think stocks might push a little higher as well. If we could get just a nice pullback here, like in whatever, gold, silver, any of these, like that would be fantastic. Silver, copper. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking for, you know, I would want a big pullback. I would want the hourly to pull back here. I think copper is going back down to the lows, like I said. So, yeah, my exhaustion is inhibiting my decision-making power, but that is going to happen on days when the fucking snowplow goes by 15 times and doesn't let you sleep. Ice crude, nat gas. Yeah, I think just being a little patient here. Yeah, I think so too. What are you talking about in the indices, Stephen? That pullback? Yeah, because the regime is shifting. This is why you're seeing just, I mean, it's exactly kind of what I thought at the beginning of the day. I said, I don't think we're going to see a trend day because we're still, yeah, we're picking the direction correctly. We're dropping all the things we've been talking about. I think that that's what's happening in the market. But there's still a lot of people who think it's going up. So there's going to be that buying pressure and you're going to see these cross currents. And that's why I kind of have, you know, on days like today, you can be correct about the overall direction, let's say down, but you got to really still pick your spots carefully because these things can squeeze higher. You got to wait. That is what's happening. You know, indices have held up, you know, very well considering the strength of the dollar and, you know, the shitting the bed of bonds and rates going up, spiking like that. So I think it's just a matter of time before the indices turn. Question is where. I like resistance. I mean, anywhere above 47.80 on ES here, right? Like, so you never know. Like sometimes ES will just like, here's the hourly. This is kind of why I like using the hourly as a map because sure, you miss a lot because it kind of moves slower, but you also have time to just calm down, walk through, right? And the 15-minute, it's good, but it can also be a little, you know, I don't like getting sucked into it too much. So we'll see. Yeah, the Dow has a lot of resistance up in here, but I want to wait and see what it decides to do. I think we're entering the type of market conditions now where you're going to see a lot of YouTubers blow up because you can just, the regime is shifting. And that's the thing too. Like it's very, oh good, I'm glad copper's coming back up. You know, that's one thing too. There's so many things I need to do videos on, but with trading, you have to have something that works through all different, you know, contexts, all different regimes, as the market is, it's constantly shifting back and forth, and you need to know where you're at, because it's relatively easy to throw darts at a board and have something that works for a certain period of time when you just happen to pick the right set of whatever strategy for that regime, right? But being able to, you know, maneuver your way through everything that's happening week after week after week, that's what it's all about. So the Russell is trying to drop here. I like the volume profile on the Russell here at 22. Might have to short it. I'll let you know, I haven't yet. Yeah, I think there's a lot of resistance there on YM, so I think the Russell might run through itself here too. 1924 here on the Russell. Looks like quite a lot of resistance. Because the hourly here on the Russell could now reverse back down to these lows. I want to see how the 15-minute reacts to all this. So far you can see we got shut down here. Yeah. Dow could be toppy there. But I don't like that we're above that trend line. I like how the Russell is below its low connector. You said copper. I gotta take a look at copper. Let's take a look at ultra bonds real quick. Ultra bonds, yeah, if we get a pump up here. Let's go ahead. Gold 2012. I'm trying to leak lower. Silver. Copper. Yeah, a little bit of a pullback here, but that's sort of like a micro pullback on the 15. Like, you gotta wait, you know. Because this is where I would have taken profit on had I held through that dump, which I should have. It probably is going to drop. But let's focus on the Russell. A lot of resistance into 1923 on the Russell. $19.22, a lot of resistance. I'm going to try and get short the Russell at 19.22. Just 2 contracts. maybe even higher, 1923, raising it, 23. Trying to get short my 2 contracts on the Russell. The reason is this looks like it wants to roll over. Daily and the weekly are super bearish. You've got some good volume profile stuff coming in up here. So I think the 15-minute is showing that it wants to roll over. We've got that resistance now about 23, 24. So that's kind of what I think. What do you think, Steven? If we could just catch, you just got to stay patient. If we can just catch, you know, like the Russell, you know, many days you'll see where you catch a good trade and it, you know, you're in and it quickly, like let's say you short up here at 23 and get filled. And sometimes when you're right, man, you know, that'll quickly snap back down to the end of the range for 12, 13 points on 2 contracts. That's 12, 1300 bucks. You know, those are the kind of trades I like. Just quick. Doesn't always happen that way. Anyways, I like the Russell up here potentially. I don't think this is a pullback here. Yeah, I think this whole area, 23, 24, looks like resistance. Let's see if the Russell's gonna stick it to us again. I like this hourly. I think there could be some longs trapped up here. I mean, the dollar is so strong. Rates, I mean, I think this is, I'm being a little aggressive on the Russell here, but I think it's warranted. If there's any more news. I can mute while I eat my chocolate. I'll read the news. Hang on. Got a 20-year bond auction at 1. I don't know if I'll be here by then, but just so you know. And we've got a beige book for the Fed at 2. That's also a big one. On NQ and RTY, yeah, there's definitely, I can just see I'm being aggressive here because there is a lot of resistance. The Russell, I think, just got a little ahead of itself. I think just like the Russell led us up, it might lead us back down. Now, that might not happen. We'll see. I'm going to manage the risk carefully. I think I'm going to move it back to even 24. I'm moving mine back to 24. My orders are at 24. And the reason is I'm looking right at the volume profile. I can see that basically my risk would be up to like 26. I don't have to risk much. That's right into the low connector here on the hourly. Might fail, but you know, I just gotta ask myself, is the hourly going to trend reverse to the upside? It might, but the daily and the weekly are so, and the monthly, I have to take a shot here. So my order is at 24. So NASDAQ is at 16. Yeah, exactly. I think the NASDAQ, you got a lot of resistance up here at 840. I mean, if the NASDAQ squeezes higher, it might help the Rus to push higher, but let's see. Dow, I think, could be topping out here, which means the Russell and the Dow have at least been more correlated today. I'm going to just pull my order here. I've got no resting orders right now. I want to see. I'm not like 100% certain with the Russell here. It may drop, but I want to see what it does. I don't want to force the issue. I'm in a good position now on the day overall. I want to trade smart. ES is trying to push a little higher, and I could see the ES could go to 47.80 for sure. And the NASDAQ could go up to 40. If that's the case, you know, who knows? Maybe, I mean, the Russell might have some more squeeze left in it, and I want to wait. Here's the NASDAQ. The Dow. The Rus. So I pulled my orders on the Rus. I'm not to me it feels, it's just, yeah, it might turn, but I don't like taking these trades. Well, it might. I like the ones where it's like I'm willing to bet on it. Look at the 10-year. Year. I think bonds could definitely have some resistance up here. Bonds are good. I like bonds. I'm going to keep an eye on the ultra bond here. Keeping an eye on the ultra bonds. Fix something over here in my volume profile chart. Give me a moment. My new monitor's got like a timer on it. Like, gonna turn off. Okay, that's fantastic. Made a change to my volume profile that I like a lot. I'm just gonna wait. I think, you know, if the ultras could get up to about 127.16, that would be beautiful. I think I'm gonna wait on the bonds, Stephen. They could be weak here, certainly, but you know, the hourly has gone for congestion entrance up. Doesn't mean we won't go back down here. I mean, but typically, I think the best trades are the ones that, you know, for example, if that hourly is going to be strong, like I like the ones that, you know, if I wanted to short based on that hourly, I like it to kind of open and go down. So right now, I'm not saying this won't go down, but look at that high connector support trend line against you. You got the dot zone against you. I'm not saying it's not going to drop. I just wouldn't want to short against all that. You're entering congestion here, so these are when you're trending down, trend weakening, and then boom, congestion entrance. Just got to be a little careful. Now this might be the high of the bar, and it may end up closing back down here. I don't know. The 15-minute will give us clues on that. I sort of this area that you see the live. These are really important. These are the ones we talked about. They're developing. So obviously, as we go higher, that one's going to lift, but that one is going to stay off those lows. Like, you got a little 15 resistance pattern here potentially, but I don't like to let the tail wag the dog, so I would rather wait till I really like what I see on the hourly. I'm going to wait on bonds. They might drop, but here's ES. NQ pushing a little higher. And that's the thing too, if NQ is going to push a little higher, maybe, I don't know, but if it is, then perhaps the bonds will push a little higher. I think the Dow's in the process of trying to top out, but it's still kind of hanging out up here. It may want to push a little higher. So the Russell is feeling that resistance, which is nice. We at least have more confirmation here on the Russell now. The 15 kind of confirmed that level on the Russell. Did you get short the Russell? I didn't. But I'm okay with that. It may drop, but the 10-year is trying to push high. I think I'm waiting for. Here is the 30-year. Ultra bond. Gold, silver. Yeah, like for me, I can only manage one position at a time. That's why I got to remember too. Like when I do my own trading, like I know it might be boring for the channel, but like I picked copper at the beginning of the day up here. That this is going to be the one. I told you, these are the ones I'm looking for. These 2-3 hour, moves. And there it is. So this is the one. As you get into a move, and you see it, and you get comfortable with it, you add more contracts. Then when you get that break on, several contracts, you make a lot of money. I mean, I made some decent money on it today, but just got to remember, just because I'm streaming doesn't mean I have to flip back and forth between all the different symbols, because I can only manually trade one at a time. And ultimately, I'm looking for this kind of a setup here. So if I'm in the middle of this setup, I don't need to go like, searching for what everything else is doing, because I don't care. I just want to milk the shit out of this. So I'm just, speaking out loud, because that's what I got to do for my own trading. Yeah, hopefully Russell's leading the way. but I'm still waiting. You see, because that was that copper pick. Metals were, and were where I kind of thought the drop was going to come today, and they did. So once I dial in on a zone that I like, I'm gonna keep my focus to that set of assets. Rather, like I don't, for myself, I don't need to know. I can flip back and forth and see what the dollar and rates are doing, but if I'm really interested in shorting metals, I want to focus on those and milk the shit out of it. Same thing with bonds. That's the way I like to trade. Does that make sense? Because so many people, put all their time and energy in the indices because that's where all the excitement is and the volatility. But to be honest, like bonds and metals are, I like them for trading way better. Like they just, you can kind of rely, you can kind of, with bonds and metals, you can get comfy in a position. It doesn't swing against you as crazy. Like I like, whereas, the indices with all the algos going, there's just, we will trade them when we make money, but I think overall, I like, generally speaking, bonds, metals better. Because this is just the kind of shit that the indices do, It's like just straight down and now squeezing straight back up, and there should be a lot of resistance up here. So NASDAQ, I'm really interested up in here. Dow, definitely up in here, depending. Russell, I think, if the other ones keep squeezing, that's why I didn't like the Russell there, because I could see the Russell squeezing a little more. I mean, if the Russell got up to 1936, that's what I like to do. I like to look at my levels and just say to myself, okay, if this market gets to this level, I'm in heaven. Boom, right? Rather than switching back and forth between markets, like, well, this one's moving and maybe here. No, I like to pick, and that's what I'm learning with streaming, which is good. It's good practice, right? Is that when I trade by myself, I'm quiet, I'm watching, like I'm just, I'm picking my levels, I'm waiting. Whereas because I'm streaming, I need to remember, I don't need to, like, nobody's paying me to sit here and analyze and, well, I think about it, and I'm not here to entertain, right? Although it's going to be fun sometimes for sure, but I just got to remember for myself, just keep my own trading consistent with you guys, the way that I do it for myself, which is I wait for levels, and I don't have any issues about, if the market comes to my level, fantastic. If it doesn't, I don't care. And that's really the way to do it, in my opinion, because otherwise, following, you can just, it leads to bad decisions. Like I'm having a good day, but my day would be better if I didn't take that Russell trade here. It wasn't at a good level. I knew that. Sure, there was some, the NASDAQ was dumping and we had some resistance here, but if I look at my volume profile and some other things, like that's not an area where I want to short the Russell. So that was more of like a, how do you say it? Like a, those little flies that like light up and turn off. That was like one of those, like, hey, take this trade. Like those are exactly the ones we don't want to take. Those are the ones that, people can go take with Patrick Wieland if they like that kind of trading. This is not going to be that type of trading, because this is profitable trading, real trading. So that's just my thoughts on the matter. Let me know if that makes sense to you. Not trying to be a party pooper. Just, I know how to trade, and the right way to trade is to pick your levels and wait for the market to come to your levels. The rest just doesn't fucking matter. See, so that's how I know, you can see that I'm pretty good at knowing where not to take trades. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad you like it. because that is the way to trade. Like you can see how many, I can just see levels and I can see like, no, this is not a good place to take risk. And I think you can also see like when I'm generally comfortable, okay, I like the setup, I like the market, I like the level that it's at, you know, you can see that it's pretty darn spot on. You know, not that we don't have losses and stuff, but if we just wait for those prime setups in those prime areas, we're in a much better position. So that's what we'll do. And that's good. That's up to me just to not get carried away on YouTube. Oh, well, I'm on YouTube, so let's look at this and let's do that. And let's like, who gives a shit? Just, we're here on YouTube, but trade the way we trade. So gold trying to push down here. Let's look at silver. Copper. It's like today, the trade for me, you know, was copper. And basically, you just hang in there. You know, I got out of it there first. That was good. You know, but keep my focus on copper. Watch this through and see how the 15, you know, add more contract. You know, this is, you just, it's a cow. You're in the flow. You just milk it. What is it? Oh, new. What are we rolling to March futures now? We might be on March. I gotta check. Are we on March for crude? Sierra Charts is pretty good about that. Sierra Charts seems to think we're on March for crude. Let me check. Yeah, cool. That's nice. Sierra Chart just tells us volume is rolling over here to March for crude. So I like that. We are on crude. We're on the March contract. Good to know. See, TradeStation doesn't do that. Change this to March contract. Very nice. So let's see what we got here. ES not overextended enough. NASDAQ wanted to get up here. See the Dow higher. Russell just doing nothing. That's why, you know, market selection, Stephen, is so important, right? Because when you pick the right market, like today, copper, you just don't have to deal with all this crap, right? Which is just awesome. So I promise to lead you better tomorrow. My tiredness and my newness to streaming on YouTube, just I have to learn how to blend all this stuff. But don't you worry, I'm the one taking the hit in the pocketbook. Could have made $3 grand today and I only made 1,100, but well, that's so far. But you know, can't have that happen too many days because that's how I make money. Yeah, indices can sometimes give great setup, but they're not where the easy money is. You know, you're competing against all the algos. You know, you can still make a lot of money. You just gotta, it's just like any market, just wait until you see a great setup in a great area. Volume profiles confirming, like, just, that's all she wrote. You know, those are the ones you want. $30-year, here's the ultra. I mean, for the ultra bond up here, I love up into 15, 16. You know, if this 15-minute trend run could just, this last 15 minutes, punch up here, that'd be great. Gold, we can't do anything now. Silver, I still think we could see silver, you know, 22.55 by the end of the day. So I don't think silver's done. This was a questionable pullback here. I didn't take it because I have my reasons, but it wasn't too bad. But it wasn't good enough. One of the reasons too that this was just this was just beautiful in copper was because, I'll give you a little hint here, Stephen. You had, you know, if you look at the volume profile up in here, once you understand how to use it, boy, you start to combine OMA with you know, important volume information. It's pretty incredible. That was why I was so set on this one. It was what I was. OMA was just flagging, you know, just 60-minute should go for congestion entrance and trend reversal. I was seeing all that just beautifully on the OMA, and then looking at the volume, and the volume was like, yes, those are the ones I like. I think I'm going to do that tonight. You know, because normally I don't really need a checklist when I'm trading alone because I'm just quiet and I'm just constantly going over. But I find that when I'm speaking on YouTube and interacting and teaching and doing things, which I really enjoy, I just have to be more aware of my own, you know, personal checklist. So I think tonight I'm going to actually, you know, write down my checklist and put it here so I don't, just very basic, not like rules for trades, just so I don't get off track when I'm in a trade. Important. All right, 1147. Platinum. The 4 there. Sec. Boom. Fruit's got a lot of, see, what I do, Stephen, is I'm looking at the hourly. This is very important, but I'm also looking at, you know, where are we in relation to the weekly, the daily, when all this is happening, right? So that was another thing that really influenced why I liked copper so much today and why it was my pick of the day, was because look at the monthly, look at copper here, right? So this is what I'm seeing in context. we had pulled back. This is where I went short copper right here at 76, because the daily had pulled all the way back to the middle of the moving average envelope. You've got a low connector there. I mean, the dot zone, it's just stacked on the daily, right? But in addition to that, what's the daily doing? It's trending down. What's the weekly doing? It's firing down. What's the monthly doing? It's firing down. So that's why, just taking all of that into context with where we were on copper, that's what, influences my decision making. Whereas like if I decide to look at a market like copper versus a market like the Russell, even though I like the Russell a lot, it should be weak, but it is an index, which makes it, just a bit more of a pain in the ass. But so these are kind of the things that I'm trying to weigh on each trade that I take and sort of point out for us. So really looking at it, knowing where you are within context, and then that's what keeps one from jumping around to like, okay, well, this market is moving now. What about this? Like, no. We got our market. We got our levels. It's doing what we want. Let's milk it. So, just a beautiful day. This is what I'm looking for. This is where the first short was on the 15. It took my first profit here. That was good. And then that was a good spot to take profit. And then when it consolidated here, this is where I ended up getting back in. And I should have just stayed on copper and just, I made some money here, but I think you understand what I'm saying. Low yellow, mid envelope, all above price. Yeah, it was all resistance. But again, it's context, right? Because if you try and just look at that setup, black and white, you have to look at it like what is, when it's doing that on the daily, what is the weekly doing? What is the monthly doing? Why is that important? And then you can see, in that context. Does that make sense? So it's like in that moment, right? Because if I look at, you can find that same situation, other places, and it won't matter as much. But in this particular instance, given what the monthly is doing, the weekly is doing, and what the daily was doing, and in that moment, gold and silver were pushing lower, rates were pushing higher as bonds were dropping, the dollar was super strong. Everything was on the table. The inner market correlations were great. The charts were great. The volume profile is great. That's when it's all coming together, and it's like, here you go. It's going to be a $3,000 day for you, or whatever, $4,000. Enjoy. Those are the ones that I love to capitalize, and you do a couple of those a month, you're in really good shape. That's why it's just important to focus on. It's just low hanging fruit. Yeah, I'm glad it makes sense. Thanks. And then you just don't end up wasting time with all these other, markets that can, they're harder to extract money from and tempt you into, worse trades. And some days, I'm not against indices. Some days, the NASDAQ or the S&P or the Russell or whatever, it'll be that market on that day. But I'm good at finding the market on the day. And today that was copper. So let's look at, let's start from the top here, because now copper's already, that trade is over. So now I got to see, is there the next? Okay, so now we can see the indices are finding some resistance potentially. Still, I don't like the ES there. NASDAQ, you've got some resistance here. NASDAQ's got, some good resistance there. What do we call, right? It's at 840. That was a good level. I don't know if I want to short it. I think, let's see, the Dow. Really have a pattern on the Dow that I like. I don't really have a pattern on the NASDAQ I like. Don't really have a pattern on the Russell that I like. Although sure, it could just pick up and go lower, but nothing is jumping out at me. So indices, I'm not doing anything for the 12 o'clock hour. I'm not even going to check the 15-minute chart. I just don't care. Now, the 10-year, this is not telling me a whole lot. The 30-year, There's no... Yeah, that's good. You know, you just use your judgment and pick your spots. And like what I'm trying to do too is like, okay, the Nasdaq's dropping from that level at 400, but or whatever that level was, but you know, it might go back up there right now, right? Like that's why it's so important to look for these copper types of trades where you can count on a nice directional move for, you know, a period of time. Those are the ones I really like. I'm gonna have to put some of these in YouTube videos. Just good information. So here's the ultra bonds. I'm not really seeing an hourly pattern here at all that I want to act on. Look at gold just getting absolutely torched. Yeah, I think gold and silver are still going lower, but see. Copper's headed down to its lows. Down in there. Platinum. Crude dumping. So stuff's starting to move a little bit. I don't like the pattern on crudes. Nat gas. Euro. Corn. Wheat. Things are headed south. With any of these. Bitcoin. Oh, you said you should. Sorry, I don't remember what I know what I was talking about. Oh, you mean the videos? Yeah, definitely. Because it's when you do those videos, you kind of reinforce it in your own mind as well. That was Bitcoin. Here's Ethereum. Let's look at ES here. Here comes the Dow. Awesome, but I still don't like. I just, you know, the Russell here inside bar. No thanks. They don't look clean to me, so I'm just gonna stay away from them. 10-year, I really don't know. This could continue to push higher. Here's the 30-year pushing higher, so it's still not a clean setup. Ultra bonds is not bad. This is going to be, I think, my pick here. Oh, and it was already up on my right. Could be a sign. All right, the ultra bonds I'm interested in, especially if we can punch up just a little higher here. Be great. Short bonds. Sorry. Up into. It would have to go higher. I wanted to I want it to go up into about 16, which is unlikely in the next 2 minutes. So I'm just going to keep an eye on this level here during the lunch hour, because we might get a good pop up in there. Just looks like a nice retracement with the overall bond weakness. I don't know if you got to this part in the course, but this is very important as well. That whole area is coming in here. You start to connect all the pieces. So it's 10 seconds until noon. Based on everything I could see, I think if you see on the, I'm not going to short it here, but you just, you know, this could be, it probably is going to set up for the 1 o'clock hour actually, because I could see it, you know, just kind of pushing up here like this. That would set up potential little exhaust in here at all this. That's kind of, you know, it may just drop from here, but it's still not, it's not where I'm going to short it. But I'm interested up in here. So I think, Steven, what I'm going to do is just probably just go grab some dinner. I mean, I'll keep streaming if you want to, if you're going to be trading, or are you at work? Oh no, you're probably off work, right? Because you're a thingy. So if you want to keep streaming, I'll keep streaming. I don't have anything against it. I'm just gonna, I would leave the stream running and go upstairs and cook some dinner, and then just take a little bit of a break, and then come back, you know, as we, you know, about 1:45. Let me know. And then if you're going to be busy or doing other things, then I'll just trade for myself. Okay, cool. So you want to keep streaming then? Okay, nice. Sounds good. Yeah, no, we can do it. Why not? Because I also like, you know, we're trying to build a channel and build a community and show people that what we're doing is real and works. So I'm going to be trading anyways, which I am. I'll stream it, but I wasn't going to stream for like 0 people. So if you're here, I'll stream. All right, I'm going to kill the webcam and mute the mic, but I'll leave the stream running. And I'm going to be upstairs, and I'll be checking in on charts and stuff. I'm just not going to comment for like 45 minutes. So if you have any questions or comments or whatever while I'm away, I'll be reading the chat as I check back in here and there. So yeah, just let me know. Cool, Steven.